and then we'll go to transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable Members. We appreciate the opportunity to come and brief SCOPA on the outcomes for the Department of Transport. With me, I do have Deputy Business Unit Leader, Mr. Madlala. I do apologize. My name is Nomalungelo Mkhize, and I head to the office of the AGSA in the province. I've got Deputy Business Unit Leader, Mr. Madlala, Mr. Kabiso Madlala. I've got the Senior Manager responsible for the audit of Department of Transport, Mr. Manelisi Njisane, and then it's the Stakeholder Liaison Manager, Ms. Nombulelo Ngome. Honourable Chair, because the first couple of slides, we have been engaging the committee. However, just to remind, we won't go through them in detail. However, to remind the committee on our mission and our vision as is flighted on the screen, that we do have a constitutional mandate as a supreme audit institution of South Africa. We exist to strengthen the country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through our work in auditing, thereby building public confidence. So the insights that we share, the work that we do, and sharing the insights and with the committee and all relevant stakeholders, it is to achieve and respond to this mission. And our vision is then to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. In the next slide, we have again our diagram that depicts the accountability ecosystem, showing all the relevant role players in the ecosystem, particularly in the PFMA cycle. So with the department on the left, we've got your leaders and decision makers within the departments. And as we go through the findings or we go through the outcomes, we'll highlight those that we have expressed, call to action to in terms of their role and what they need to be doing in assisting the department or holding the department officials accountable as well. As you see on the right with the support and oversight, including the oversight committees of the Legislature and the other departments are coordinating institutions. So it's all the relevant role players, and of course we feature in this ecosystem as well, as we are here today sharing insights. We have done the work around sharing the same insights to the department. We have gone about and sharing the recommendations even from last year and working with the departments in getting updates on the shared recommendations and making sure that they fully understand what they need to do, and in so doing that hope to influence action from the officials. And of course, when all else fails, we then move to the enforcement, which is our MIs, which we'll also touch on with the Department of Transport. And I think with this, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Madlala and Mr. Njisane, who will then take us through the outcomes, starting with where we left off in the 23-24, highlighting the recommendations and really the overall status on the implementation of those recommendations. And in this particular slide, we'll then start giving you a picture of what we with the outcomes that we have got, what to expect, and why also we end up with such outcomes. If you look at where we were with the highlighting the recommendations and really the overall status on the implementation of those recommendations. And in this particular slide, we'll then start giving you a picture of what we with the outcomes that we have got, what to expect, and why also we end up with such outcomes. If you look at highlighting the recommendations and really the overall status on the implementation of those recommendations. And in this particular slide, we'll then start giving you a picture of what we with the outcomes that we have got, what to expect, and why also we end up with such outcomes. If you look at highlighting recommendations and really the overall status on the implementation of those recommendations. And in this particular slide, we'll then start giving you a picture of what
that we do have is that some of those recommendations, most of them were still in progress when we came to audit. And you'd see that when we are going through the presentation, there's a number of repeat findings in terms of compliance, in terms of reliability of the performance information, whereas we had made recommendations. Just to go through the overall reflections on the implementation, we're saying that the department continues to demonstrate commitment to institutionalizing a strong control environment and has maintained good financial reporting. However, the department received a modified opinion on performance, which is a regression from the prior year. Material misstatements affecting the disclosure in the financial statements were identified, and there is low progress in implementing and monitoring of the action plan. May I then, Honorable Chair, hand over to the Senior Manager just to take us through the details of the report. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Greetings to the colleagues from the AGSA, and also greetings to the attendants online. Honorable Chair, I'll be taking the members through the overall audit outcomes, which are contained from slide number 6. As you can observe on slide number 6, the overall audit outcomes of the department are stagnant when we look year on year, which is between 2025 as well as 2024, with overall outcome being an unqualified audit opinion with findings on compliance and predetermined objectives. But if you zoom in, looking at the specifics of these overall audit outcomes, looking at the financial statement per se, we highlight that the financial statement is sitting with unqualified opinion with no material findings, as it reflected in the slide. When you look at the predetermined objectives, the conclusion is that we arrive at on 2 programs, which is Program 2, Transport Infrastructure, as well as Program 3, Transport Operation. Both programs are qualified in the current year. If you look in the previous 2 years, they had no material findings. That is the regression that the Babu Madlala was referring to. If you look at the compliance with laws and regulation, we are seeing a stagnant picture when it comes to the compliance and non-compliance within the department. And also we see a regression. If you look at the item relating to asset management, Honorable Chair and honorable members, the asset management was not there in the previous year, which is a non-compliance that then came in for the first time in the current audit relating to the safeguarding of assets, specifically when we talk of the yellow plant, the graders, the loaders, and the rollers, as well as the mechanism that should have been put in place to eliminate theft of those assets. So that is the asset management that came in for the first time. But if you look at the procurement and transfer of funds as well as utilization of conditional grants, we have not identified any significant issues in those areas. I will then move on to slide number 6, where we will then dive deep on each and every area that we look at, being financial statements, predetermined objective, as well as the compliance. When you look at the financial statement on the far left, we first zoom in on the financial management controls. All financial management controls are concerning, but specifically the review of and monitoring of compliance is the one that requires an intervention. Our key observation when it comes to financial statement, we highlighted that we have identified misstatement in the financial statements that were subsequently corrected, and those misstatements were in the areas of the contingent liabilities provision, as well as a capital work in progress, to mention some of the matters that were affected. We then highlight that in addition, we have observed a lack of adequate control over safeguarding of assets, as I alluded earlier, especially the yellow fleet. Furthermore, we also want to bring to the attention of the committee that the department has disclosed a total of 143 million of movable assets which are under investigation, as well as almost 1 billion of immovable assets. These assets were disclosed in the financial statement of the department with reasons, some of them, especially for movable assets, that those assets were not verified at the time the department went out for verification. Therefore, they were disclosing them so that they can continue with the investigation thereafter. Similar to the immovable assets, there are various reasons why they brought them in the financial statement and those assets requires an investigation with the department planned to conduct immediately after the year end. We zoom in on what caused, therefore, the findings in the financial statement. We highlight that weak internal controls during year-end reporting resulted in numerous errors on the disclosure note in the financial statement. Also, there were weak internal control over safeguarding of assets. Inadequate reviews at year-end reporting that resulted in inaccurate and incomplete disclosures notes presented in the financial statement. So, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, basically, we highlight, therefore, our observations on the financial statement, specifically we found there were inadequate reviews to ensure that the financial statement were accurate and were complete. We will then move to slide number 8. Slide number 8 deals with performance planning and reporting for service delivery. We start with a statement where we're saying useful and reliable performance reporting enables transparency on service delivery, accountability, and effective decision making. As I alluded earlier, we looked at two programs, being Program 2 and Program 3. If you look at far left, the two picture there, we highlighted that before the adjustment were made by the department on two programs, the programs would have not changed the opinion. And after the adjustment, after the department has adjusted some of the findings that we identified, still we had the same opinion or conclusion on both programs being qualified. So our observation, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we are saying that the poorly prepared performance report and significant activities required to make correction in response to our audits raises questions about the credibility of the in-year reporting and the effectiveness of performance reporting throughout the year. We are finding in two categories, being findings we identified at planning and findings we identified at reported performance information. The findings that we identified under planning, we highlighted that there were certain indicators which were included in the annual performance plan with targets that were set at 0. In addition, they were capturing errors that we identified in the APP under various indicator tables. This is indicative of inadequate review of the APP prior it was submitted for approval. The finding we are highlighting under reporting, we're highlighting that the department has reported over and underachievement in its annual performance report. However, they also provided the reasons for those over and underachievement. However, they could not substantiate these reasons with appropriate evidence. In addition, we have identified that for some indicators, the reported performance achievement were not adequately supported, especially the evidence provided did not substantiate the reported achievement for the indicator star rating of strategic network, which was set at 3,416 kilometers target. So what caused all of these findings? It is the misstatement identified in the reported performance information were primarily due to inadequate validations of the performance data. Excuse me. Especially, there were insufficient reviews of the annual performance plan and reports against supporting evidence, and essentially to ensure the accuracy, validity, and completeness of reported achievement. Furthermore, weak record-keeping practices resulted in absence of a reliable portfolio of evidence to substantiate reported variances. In addition, reconciliation between source data and performance report were not adequately performed. So, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, excuse me, we can see that for both financial statement and performance reporting, we are highlighting that there is a need for effective reviews of both statements in order to be able to prevent these findings from reoccurring. I will then move to slide number 9. Slide number 9 highlights the achievement of key performance targets by the department for the two programs that we looked at. If you look at the first block, we highlighted that transport infrastructure, the department achieved 50% of its key performance target, and under Program 3, transport operation, they achieved only 57%. While they achieved these percentages, the budget for both programs was fully spent. On the far left, we then highlight what might have caused these underachievement. Among other things that we are highlighting, we are saying there is a delay due to inadequate project management practices within the department, the delay in appointment of service providers, and also main contractors who are involved in construction abandoning sites due to financial challenges that were faced by the contractors. If we move to the impact on the target not being achieved, we highlight that we observe non-achievement, as I alluded, of several key indicators. This issue is attributed to various management challenges, such as, to emphasize, poor project management, poor contract performance, exhausting of project funds, delay in approving variation orders, and environmental issues. These result in some of the planned projects not being completed within their planned milestone, thereby not yielding any outputs towards achievement of targets. In some instances, these delays forced the department to initiate alternative projects that were ready for implementation. However, because the deliverables of these projects are scheduled for future period, there were no reportable achievement within the current year. Failing to meet service delivery target despite fully utilizing the allocated budget can have several significant implications. One of the implications, it can undermine the credibility of the department's performance planning. It can erode trust among citizens. Additionally, it can create a negative public perception, leading to a decline in service and a reduced accessibility for citizens. Our call to action is the department needs to improve its budget planning and management processes and set a realistic performance target aligned to available resources to enable better service delivery to citizens. Moving to the slide that follows thereafter, which is slide number 10. The slide number 10, basically, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, it is a mirror of the slide where we covered the overall audit outcomes, but this one specifically speaks to the material compliance with laws and regulations that we have identified. As you can see on the slide, the material misstatement in the AFS, they are consistently reported throughout the 3 years. Irregular expenditure prevention, again, still persists. Non-compliance relating to consequence management, where we're highlighting that disciplinary actions were not held for confirmed cases of misconduct. Again, it's coming through. Strategic planning and performance management, it is linked to the qualified conclusion on 2 programs. Revenue management has been reported for the previous years, which speaks to the collection of monies due to the department. Expenditure management, within the expenditure management, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we highlight also 30 days where the service providers were not paid within 30 days. That came for the first time in the current year. Asset management, as I alluded, it's an issue. And then procurement and contract management, utilization of constitutional grants and transfer of funds. We don't highlight any significant issues around those criteria. Moving to slide number 11, which speaks to procurement weaknesses within the department. During the 2024-2025 financial year, we have identified 2 instances where we have reported that there was uncompetitiveness and unfair procurement process. Those 2 instances amounted to 184 million. Irregular expenditure that we have identified relating to supply chain management is 100 million, which is made up of 7 instances that we have identified. We have not had any issues in terms of limitation on audits, on awards that we had to audit. I will move on to this next slide, which covers how the department has dealt with the balance of irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Our reflection on this one, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, on the far left, the first block, we start with the irregular expenditure. We highlight the irregular expenditure over 3 years, which is in the current year, the department incurred 1.3 billion of irregular expenditure, while in the previous year, it was 1.6 billion, and in 2022-2023, it was 3 billion irregular expenditure. Even though this irregular expenditure appears to be reducing over years, but it's still a concern that the department is incurring irregular expenditure. And this is caused by the persistent non-compliance with procurement legislation. It basically remains a root cause, the non-compliance with procurement legislation as well as the related policies. The department at year end was sitting with 34.4 billion of cumulative irregular expenditure. which is also concerning. Hence, I was alluding, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that even a small contribution or a small irregular expenditure incurred by the department, it is problematic because it contributes to that 34 billion, making it a bigger balance over years. I will then look at how then the department has dealt with irregular expenditure. The irregular expenditure that is still remaining at year end, which is still under investigation and is yet to be considered for condonation, is 34 billion. Provincial Treasury did condone 149 million in the current year. The balance of irregular expenditure, the department is still currently performing the determination test as well as the investigations of this irregular expenditure. But at the pace that the department is on when it comes to irregular expenditure, again, it's something that it needs to be highlighted because it's of concerning. Because looking at the balance of 34 billion, that is again accumulating over years, the department needs to fast track the processes of dealing with that irregular expenditure of 34 billion. We will move to and look at the unauthorized expenditure. Looking at the unauthorized expenditure, even though it's minimal, but it's not supposed to be incurred. In the current year, we had 9,000. In the previous year, it was 128,000. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well, it should have not been incurred, although it might appear as, again, reducing, but it's something that should have been prevented. We're looking at 207,000 in the current year, and in the previous year, it was 220,000, and in the year before, it was 17,000. The closing balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is sitting at 4.2 million rand, and that has not yet been dealt with as the department is still currently performing the determination test on that cumulative balance. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, then that will cover the three areas of audit that we normally look at, being financial statement, being AOPO, as well as compliance with laws and regulations. We also looked at certain infrastructure projects during the year. And these projects, we covered 3 of them, 2 of which are follow-up projects from the previous years, which means we have audited this project between year 2022 and 23, and we were just following up to see whether the department implemented our recommendations. We then selected for the current year 1 project, which is on slide 14, which is a Klein-Bosman River Bridge. This project, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, it was identified in 2010 as an existing bridge infrastructure which was not adequately to convey a 10-year flood discharge without overtopping the roadway. The project was awarded on the 14th of October 2019 with a contract commencing on the 27th February 2020, and the planned completion date was 26 May 2021, which is a period of 15 months. The project value was 29.9 million. As of 17 September, progress on the project was stagnant at 65%, and the department issued an intention to terminate the contract on the 18th of October 2022. At the time of the audit site visit on the 24th of April 2025, there was no construction work occurring on the project, and the department officials indicated that the process to terminate the contract was still in progress. The project expenditure at the time of an audit was sitting at 26.8 million, which is 89% of the project fee. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, then we will highlight what we found when we look at the project. I think the first glaring thing is that there has been a prolonged delay of 9 years from the date of identifying a need and the date of awarding the contract, which is the need was identified in 2010 and the contract was awarded in 2019. Also, we highlighted there were construction delays. As we highlight that after the contractor was appointed, additional delay occurred during the construction phases. And these were attributed to the contractor's slow progress, as well as delay in finalizing additional piling works and prolonged approval of variation orders. We highlight poor contract management over this project, as there were extension of time which were approved after the contract period was lapsed. Payment were made for additional items without first securing necessary budget, which led to misalignment between physical progress on site, which was 65%, and financial expenditure, which was sitting at 89%. Penalties for delay not imposed despite clear evidence of non-performance by contract. also the performance guarantees which expired. Just to mention among other things that we highlighted under poor current management. We also highlight there were excessive professional fees. On this specific project, the project, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, was supposed to be contracted and awarded at 29.9 million. However, the professional fees were sitting at 22.7 million, which represents 75% of the total construction value. We highlighted that one as well as a concern. Variances were not investigated, which variances between claims approved by the department were not investigated, and also there were missing project documentation. This specific project was not included in the APP for the year under review. Again, we want to highlight that. What is then the root cause of all of these issues? There is a lack of effective oversight and accountability within the department. This was further compounded by poor project management practices with critical failures across key phases, including planning, project monitoring, control, contract administration, and internal departmental processes. The impact of all of this, we are saying the project is over 4 years behind and only 65% complete. As a result, the community continues to depend on a temporary bridge that is structurally unsafe and at times overtops by water, disrupting access to school, clinics, home, and places of work. The delay have also resulted in 89% of the project fund being utilized and excessive professional fees, as I alluded, which were sitting at 22.7 million. As you can see, Honorable Members, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, in the picture there, it's a picture that we took that shows during the floods, the temporary bridge, the water overtops it. So our recommendation on this project, specific claim enforcement project, we're calling on the department to urgently assess the conditions of the temporary bridge, implement safe measures to ensure uninterrupted community access. We call on the department to fast-track the completion of the permanent structure that is currently being built. The department should strengthen its infrastructure project management, particularly in the areas of planning, scope validation, and environmental approval. Robust monitoring and oversight mechanisms should be established to track project progress and force performance for both service providers and internal department officials. So this is a project that we ordered for the first time in the current year. The following projects then are the follow-ups projects that comes from the previous year. The first one being road rehabilitation of road P242. I will just go straight to what we have identified in this project. In this specific project, we audited it during 2022-2023. We made some recommendations to the department and we highlighted some findings that we left with the accounting officer to respond to. What we found in this specific project, we highlighted that the project experienced persistent delays due to the contractor's failure to adhere to program of works and meet the planned completion deadline. We also highlighted that there were penalties that were imposed on the contractor amounting to 4 million, which the department recovered them from the contractor, and the department was in the process of terminating this contractor. At the time of audit, there was only 3 million that was remaining of the total of 223 million project value. Yet there were some key construction items that were still outstanding. The payment analysis revealed that several line items in the bill of quantity were significantly overspent. The further concern that we are highlighting is that there was an evidence of poor workmanship, such as damaged concrete V-drain infrastructure installed on the road, as it can be seen in the picture there on the far right. There was also inadequate maintenance of drainage infrastructure with significant accumulation of vegetation present, again on the second picture. There's a lack of accountability with no investigation conducted into the prior year irregular expenditure and no evidence of consequence management. There's a continued irregular expenditure of 8.9 million, which was incurred on this project during the current financial year. As we highlighted, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that this is a follow-up project. There were recommendations for irregular expenditure that was incurred in the previous years to be investigated and consequence management being taken. However, that was not yet implemented by the department. The root cause is similar throughout: a lack of effective oversight and accountability, and also poor project management practices within the department. The impact of this on the far right, we highlight that due to payment being more than the tender schedule amount, this has resulted in insufficient fund remaining to complete the project, with the project under termination. Moreover, completing the remaining work will require additional funding in an already fiscal constrained environment. Delay in securing the required budget is likely to further postpone project completion, prolonging safety risk and undermining service delivery objectives. We made some recommendations specifically to this project, where we recommended that the accounting officer must institute a forensic review of all payments made to determine accountability for overclaims that we highlighted. The accounting officer must urgently strengthen its infrastructure project management, specifically on contract management, oversight mechanism, and financial control. They must investigate the irregular expenditure and take appropriate consequence management. Honorable Chair and honorable members, it's also to highlight that this project was initially awarded at 186 million. However, at the time of audit, the cost was escalated to 223 million as a project fee. The project that we have on slide 16, again, it is a follow-up project, which is project P303. Similarly, this project, it was awarded at 121 million. However, the project value at the time of audit was already sitting at 158 million. So again, we're highlighting issues of potentially fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was not investigated, amounting to 9.5 million. We also highlight irregular expenditure on this project that was incurred of 12.8 million, inadequate project management, poor workmanship, and inadequate maintenance. And also we highlighted that there was no work done to improve the condition of the existing Tsakwe River Bridge, which is located on this road. And it's since deteriorated and poses a risk to commuters. And if you see in the pictures there, these are the pictures of the Tsakwe Bridge that is on that specific road, which we also highlighted in the past, in the previous years to the department. Again, the impact is similar on these projects. It's issues of delay, which is largely due to department not performing land expropriation. It constrains the fiscal resources of the department due to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It also provides an extended duration of inconvenience for communities utilizing the roads. The root cause is still the same, Honorable Chair and honorable members. It's a lack of effective oversight and poor project management. And again, we recommended that the department should attend to this Tsakwe Bridge urgently and put safety measures, disclose the irregular expenditure, and strengthen its infrastructure project management. This then the last project that we look at it. But what is an observation overall in this project is that we highlight extensive delays on this project. Again, the escalation of cost as a result of this delay across all three projects. I will then quickly go to the reflection on government finances. What we have observed in terms of financial sustainability within the department is that the department was unable to pay the service provider within 30 days. On average, the department, it takes 66 days to pay the service providers. Again, in the revenue management, it is a concern which the department is unable to collect the monies due to the department, to mention among other adverse financial indicators. There is also this then poses an impact on service delivery, being number one, we're saying the financial sustainability issues impact on department's ability to meet future commitments. Delays in paying service providers may lead to delay or abandonment of critical projects, negatively impacting service delivery. This will further cause a financial strain on SMEs and emerging contractors, as they may be relying on the department's payment for sustainability. We call for intervention, especially on the issues of 30 days, and that the department to strengthen its process in respect of traffic management, which should include having effective IT system to support the department. At the bottom, we highlight that there were some funds that were already committed in the current budget, which is 2.3 billion relating to payables and accrual. And also we highlighted that there were claims against the department amounting to 9.5 billion. So what are we highlighting? We are saying these claims are likely to threaten the future financial sustainability of the department if they were to be settled. Moving quickly to IT-related projects that we looked at, which is slide number 20. We looked at the IT environment of the department and IT governance, security management, and user access and change management, and we found concerning issues across all of these areas we looked at. What we found, firstly, was that the software licenses register did not align with the licenses and the networks that were available at the department. The OPAS integrated traffic management system, which was implemented at a cost of 190 million, with multiple contract extension, has 4 of its 10 developed interfaces not switched on. Basically, the 4 were not being utilized by the department, while an additional 5 deliverables remain only partially utilized. When we look at the enterprise portfolio management, the department invested 196 million, which included the development of the Oracle Primavera P6. The system was decommissioned on the 14th of October 2024, with deviations noted relating to underutilization of software licenses and Primavera Unifier and Analytics module only being active for 8 months. Again, in the system, some modules were not switched on for the full period. Lastly, we looked at the traffic management system, and we highlighted that there were significant control weaknesses in the traffic management processes, which continue to undermine the department's ability to improve driver behavior and recover revenue from traffic offenses. In the current year that we audited, there were 554,000 traffic fines which were cancelled, with 218,000, which is 40%, rejected due to processes delayed beyond 30 days. This is due to manual verification, slow and outdated computer, a lack of integration between the systems of the department, and a reliance on postal delivery contribute to these efficiencies. The impact is that there is a poor implementation and underutilization and weak controls within the department. Incomplete system integration, reliance on outdated infrastructure, and inadequate software management exposes the department to cyber security risk, operational inefficiencies, and financial losses. The causes of all of this, we highlight that there's a weak ICT governance and oversight, there's poor project and contract management, there's a lack of user adoption planning and ineffective change management, there is inadequate ICT infrastructure and system integration. We therefore recommended to the accounting officer that there must be a regular update and reconciliation of the software. The department must prioritize activating and fully utilizing all systems within the department. They must develop a comprehensive user adoption and change management, and they must upgrade ICT infrastructure. Honorable Chair and honorable members, as you can see, our main observation across the project of the department being infrastructure and the IT. What we are identifying is that there is a persistent poor project management and contract management, which result in all these efficiencies that we have identified. Moving swiftly to material irregularities under slide number 23. We raised 4 material irregularities to the department in the previous years. 2 related to procurement and payment issues, 1 relating to resources not managed effectively, and another one relating to revenue not collected. The accounting officer has taken appropriate action to address all these material irregularities, and all 4 material irregularities raised have been closed and resolved. We have noted that the internal control have been strengthened in the areas where we raised these material irregularities to prevent a reoccurrence. I'll then move to our last slide, which is an overall message, our call to action. The root cause that we are highlighting on top there is that there is a culture of no accountability and consequence management. There is ineffective resource management. There's inadequate review and reconciling of transaction, as well as there is an inadequate analysis of budgeting during the planning. This is the key recommendations we highlighted to the accounting officer. The first one, which deals with the financial statement and the issues that we have identified in the financial statement. We're highlighting that the accounting officer must ensure that the chief financial officer delivered credible financial statement by developing and implementing a corrective action plan to address material misstatements. A complete set of financial statements must be prepared in a timely manner and submitted to the internal audit unit for review before submitting for audit. The second recommendation deals with enhancing quality and reliability of performance reporting. The accounting officer must ensure that the director monitoring and evaluation produces a credible and reliable annual performance report. This can be achieved by ensuring that regular reviews of reported performance against underlying records are performed. These reviews must include the reconciliation between the reported performance and detail the registers, and an assessment of the appropriateness and relevance of the supporting evidence. Additional levels of review should be conducted by internal audits to validate the accuracy, consistency, and relevance of the reported achievement. A third recommendation relates to reinforcing compliance and procurement disciplines. We recommend that the accounting officer must capacitate the supply chain management unit by ensuring that the director SM position is urgently filled with a suitable, qualified, and experienced person. Internal audit must conduct proactive pre-award compliance review for all key departmental projects to identify and address potential non-compliance before contract awards are finalized. These reviews will ensure that non-compliance with supply chain management policy and related legislation is detected early and prevented, thereby preventing irregular expenditure. The fourth one relates to addressing infrastructure project management deficiencies. We recommended that the accounting officer must ensure that the Director General, Transport, Infrastructure and District Services must urgently reform the department's project management approach to address persistent weaknesses in planning, delivery, and maintenance. Among other things, there must be an implementation, the Director General must implement a regular risk assessment throughout project life cycle to identify delays, cost escalation, and performance failures. Strengthen contract management disciplines by enforcing accountability for service providers and officials of the department. Prioritize preventative maintenance to halt deterioration of provincial roads network, protecting the existing assets and ensuring public safety. The last recommendations, which speaks to strengthen leadership accountability and institutional culture. The accounting officer must set a decisive tone at the top by driving a departmental culture rooted in integrity, performance, credibility, and accountability. This can be achieved by institutionalizing consequence management, ensuring that transgressions, non-performance, and poor stewardship of public funds are addressed decisively and consistently. That then brings us to the end of the presentation of the outcomes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'll hand back to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Manelisi, and thank you, Honourable Chair. So I think the main slide is really on the recommendations that we've shared that are detailing the issues around the financial reporting, so the daily and monthly controls and processes that need to be attended to, the monthly and daily controls around performance information, the validity thereof, and of course the infrastructure delivery insofar as project management and contract management is concerned. And I think ICT, we do have a slide in there, but ICT, we've seen it having an impact on revenue as well, that there are systems that are now impacting on the potential for revenue for the department and the traffic revenue system. So those also do need to be addressed. But I think the presentation was detailed enough, and we'll now hand over to you, Chair, for any questions of clarity, and also the members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mkhize. Just one quick question I have on my side. We can go to slide 23. So in slide 23, four material irregularities were noted. And if you look at the column down, if I can call it a column, it says actions taken by auditee. Now, what that looks like to me, just as a casual observer, is that zero, the auditee prevented financial loss, 0. The financial loss recovery, 0. Financial loss recovered, 0. No disciplinary action was taken, 0. No investigations instituted, 0. Stop supply contracts, 0. And then 4 internal controls, improved to prevent recurrence. And then so all that looks like nothing was done, and then it says that everything was closed and resolved. But it doesn't actually explain to us how it was closed and resolved. So I just think we need more information on these material irregularities. The slide does not do justice to what you're reporting to us. If I could just point that out. Members, before we go on to CLARC, which I hope will be quick, are there any questions to the AG on this presentation? Okay, no. Honourable Matlopa, Honourable Magubani, Honourable Mbata, and Honourable Glugwana on the... Can you put your microphone on, please, Honourable Matlopa? Thank you. So let me just get the order right. I've got Honourable Matlopa, then Honourable Magubani, then Honourable Mbata, and then Honourable Glugwana on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to my colleagues and as well as the Auditor General, our partner, in regard to accountability and also the implementation of PFMA. Chair, you know my concern, I think you have outlined that one. I was looking at the observation from Auditor General. It really doesn't maybe clarify. Maybe they will assist us to tell us how did they close this, how it was resolved. Because, you know, if you see 00 in everything, it means that there was no accountability around those particular matters that they have identified. This is our interpretation. We are not sure whether we are correct. Because if you say prevented financial loss, it's 0. It means to say nobody prevented the financial loss. And then also in regard to recovery, also not. And then when you go to their observation now, when we're thinking that when they come to the observation, maybe they will indicate that the department failed, you know, to adhere to those areas that they have identified as 0, you know, but they said it was closed and resolved. So maybe if they can first, Chair, explain to us how it was resolved. Because closed, it comes at later stage when they have resolved the matter. How they resolve it, because they said there was no recovery and preventative measures on the areas that they have identified. We can see also that because they have given us, I think it's clear on the other one, the areas that we need to focus, Honourable Chair, for the department to say what are the challenges in the department. They have outlined it, but that is the one that, you know, I did not understand the meaning of that one, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Honourable Magubani.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think most of the things we'll be dealing with when the department comes in. I just want two clarities, some clarification on two issues that was raised by the AGSA on their report. The claims that against the department that amounts to 9.5 billion. Maybe if you can give us a picture, what type of the claims are those that led to this amount? Because it's going to come out from the budget that is set for service delivery in the department. So we just want to know what type of claims are these. And then the last one, on the uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes that has taken place in the department. You just made two instances that you highlighted on your report that amounts to 184 million. Which projects were these that were uncompetitive and unfair procurement process? That means the amounts were even not economically efficient. Is it what you're saying? Which instances are those? And what type of projects are those? We understand the irregularity on expenditure related to SEM. It's due to the repetitive instances and the material findings that are being found by AGSA since 2022 to 2023. But we'll deal with that when we see the department. I just want a clarification on the two things.
Thank you, Honourable Magubane. Honourable Mbata.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and the team from AG. Thanks for the report. Even though I also have some few clarity-seeking questions. I will start with the general audit oversight. How does the AGSA measure management responsive to prior audit recommendations? Is there a benchmark for determining when persistent non-compliance become a governance failure requiring external intervention? And then you've noted 143 million in movable and about 1 billion in immovable assets under investigation. Could you clarify on that one, whether this investigation are financial verification or forensic in nature? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata. Honourable Hlongwane.
No, thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm standing on behalf of Honourable Mbata on the platform. So I represent him on the platform.
Of order.
No, Chair. Yeah, I think, Chair, by and large, I'm covered by the colleagues on the issues. But just one observation that the report from AG is quite detailed and extensive, and I think we must appreciate that. That it's quite clear that they've done a lot of work to ensure that they come up with this report. This is, for me, this is very good. It will only be one issue that I think might require just AG. That I think the Department of Transport have regressed. What are the main areas that they've regressed? Because it seems as if your analysis of their supply chain processes, they are good, except for asset management and probably the financial controls, financial management controls, and the contract management. What other areas they've regressed on that you think we must focus on? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Hlongwane. That's all the hands. So, Ms. Mkhize, over to you and your team.
Thank you so much, honourable members, for the question, and thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask the team to just address some of the questions, and then I'll come in should there be any areas that I just need to fill in once they've taken, particularly the ones that have got the details around the information in the pack. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, honourable members, for the question. We will definitely try our best to respond. Chair and Honourable Madlopa, in terms of the MI process, I think what we are going to do, we are going to submit a schedule outlining the MIs and how the departments have addressed it. But if my colleague is able to remember on some of the issues, he will take the committee through a high level. But I do commit that we're going to send for the 40, these were the material irregularities raised, and this is how the department has dealt with them. However, if Unjisane knows some of the details, can just take through the honourable members at high level. Honourable Makubane, in terms of the 9.5 billion claims, that one relates to, there was a claim that came through due to the flooding that happened in around Isipingo. So there are some companies that came together and sued the department. Together, it was the Department, Transport, and eThekwini. And the portion that relates to Department of Transport is the 9.5 billion. So I'm not sure, Njisane, if there's going to be more information, but that 9.5 billion, majority of it is stemming from there. Ubamjesane will touch on the project if we do have a list. However, because we do audit on a sample basis, you'd find that we won't have a complete list for now. So it's the department that may be able to give us a complete list in terms of that. Honorable Mbata, in terms of how do we measure the responsiveness in recommendations? If you look at some of our recommendations, Honorable Chair, is that where we say there's a culture of no accountability. The reason we say that, looking at 34 billion accumulatively as irregular expenditure, and less than 8% of it has been condoned, there are no recoveries. And they are basically what it does, it erodes the current resources because the department now has to get another investigators or just to come and assess these irregular expenditures, whereas it creates an environment of irregular expenditure is a norm. If you see what year on year, we are seeing irregular expenditure in ranges of billions. In terms of assets under investigation, Ubamjesane will touch on that. And in terms of the other areas where they regressed, I think we will be able to deal with that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chair. Chair. Oh, okay.
No. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe I should, with your permission, Honorable Chairperson, just to start with the question that you have raised, as well as Honorable Matlopa also raised relating to the material irregularities. We have raised about 4 material irregularities in the department, which one relating to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred on the border wall that was being constructed between the Umkhanyagude area and Mozambique. And the following one related to performance guarantees that were not recovered. We highlighted another material irregularity relating to the service provider, which is relating to procurement and contract management, where we highlighted that a service provider that scored the highest points was not appointed by the department. And the last one, which is a 4th material irregularity related to the expenditure that was made, which was not in line with the contractual agreement with the service provider. I will start with the border wall one. Excuse me, Honorable Chair. The border wall one, Honorable Chair, the preliminary assessment were conducted to ascertain the accountability in terms of that material irregularity within the department. And it was found that the employee concerned that was responsible for the failures of securing the environmental approval was unfortunately deceased at the time the department then was raising this issue. And unfortunately, the department then could not pursue any recoveries from anybody else because that was the only individuals that was therefore responsible. This specific material irregularity was also covered by SIU in their investigation of the issues around the border wall. The one that relates on the performance, or just to close this one, Honorable Chairperson, therefore, then the amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was 2.4 million, which is already still sitting in the books of the department as part of that 4.2 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The recommendation was that the accounting officer should write it off because it could not be recovered from anyone else in terms of the recoveries as well as the implementation of disciplinaries. Hence, then we categorized this material irregularity under the improvement of internal controls because the department implemented a checklist to ensure that the environmental issues are addressed before implementation of the project. The performance guarantees one, Honorable Chair, again, that one, when we raise it to the department, it related to an amount of about 4 million. that was not recovered by the department in terms of the profession, in terms of the guarantees, performance guarantees. Again, this one, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of recovery for it was that at the time the department initiated the recovery was already prescribed. So they could have not done anything else. And the state attorney who was dealing with the matter then advised the department that the matter is prescribed, therefore it could not be persuaded further in terms of recovery. The only thing that was remaining was that the department should implement then the internal controls to strengthen the areas of performance guarantees. The one relating to the supplier that was appointed, which did not score the highest points, Honorable Chair, the issue again in that one was that the department did a preliminary assessment to establish the financial loss, because this MI, when it was raised on the basis of the likely financial loss. We did not have a confirmed financial loss. So they did their preliminary analysis and assessment, and it came out that there was no loss suffered by the department. Yes, the non-compliance, they agreed with it. The payments that were made on those contractors also are sitting as part of irregular expenditure. From the material irregularity point of view, then we could tick a box of saying then if there is no financial loss, then there is no material irregularity to pursue further. Therefore, then the department left with the non-compliance that is sitting in the, which resulted in irregular expenditure. The fourth one, which was the expenditure paid not in line with the contractor, that one was closed on the basis that, again, there was no financial loss suffered by the department. We raised it on the basis of likely financial loss because we identified misalignment between the payments made and the contractor. Preliminary assessment and calculations performed by the department, which were submitted to us, and we looked at them, revealed that there was no financial loss suffered by the department over the term of the contract, which is the contract was over 5 years. Therefore, then we concluded, therefore, the material irregularity is closed, and this is how then, Honorable Chair, that we then covered and closed on this material irregularity. However, Honorable Chair, I'm not by any means stopping our commitment of sharing the listing with the committee. So I said, let me start with this one, Honorable Chair. Then I will move to Honorable Makubane's question around, I think you covered the claims, around the project. Yes. Yeah, the instances and the project. I think I will mention one in the main. There was one contract which was the rehabilitation. It's a rehabilitation of road P20/1. Specifically, it was 483 million. So that is the one that's contributing the bulk of these issues of uncompetitive and unfair processes we have identified. The remainder, which is 512, it was relating to a quotation amount where we have highlighted that the department did not appoint the highest scored points as service provider. So I think I've covered. I'm not sure if there is. In terms of asset under investigation, thank you very much. Yes, we highlighting that the department has reflected these two categories of assets in their books. I'll start with the movable asset, which is 143 million. The movable asset in the main, what is sitting there is that the department is saying at the time when they performed the verification, they could not find the assets. So when they visited their regional offices and their cost centers to actually prepare an asset register for financial statement, they could not find them. So reason, among other things, was that the asset might be moved, the asset might be kept on another location. Therefore, they are not going to write them off. They will then conduct a review of identifying the whereabouts of the assets. It's not necessarily a forensic investigation, but it's intended to locate the assets first. Then thereafter, if the asset could not be located, then the custodian of the asset, the person whom that asset was allocated to, then will be the one who will have perhaps to give answers in terms of the whereabouts of the assets. But it's different when it comes to immovable asset, because immovable asset, it's something that is a fixed structure, so it cannot, there's no way that it cannot be seen. But what we have picked and observed in that specific disclosure of the immovable asset, Honorable Chair, was that the department is using a system called GIS to record their assets. And also they have the asset register, which is kept on the Excel spreadsheet. Now, they were saying that there were differences between the asset register that we normally audit, which is a spreadsheet, and their GIS system. So they were then highlighting that assets to the tune of about 640 million, which are immovable, these assets are appearing in the asset register of the department and are included in the financial statement. However, they are not appearing in that system the department uses to record its immovable assets, which is GIS. Hence, then they are saying they are investigating the reason as to why they are having these discrepancies. It's not necessarily that the asset is not there. The second category of the same immovable asset is that there were the coordinates that were connected to this immovable asset. Somehow might have been incorrect, because when the department went out to verify some of these immovable assets, then the coordinates took them to a wrong location. However, during our audit, because these are old assets that were there in the past, we were then able to share with the department to say, no, this asset we audited, for example, in 2022, 2023, and it was in this location. So then they identified that the coordinates that are sitting in their register as well as the GIS system might have been incorrect. So they are then investigating that discrepancy so that to make sure that the correct coordinates are captured so the asset can be easily located and be identified. So I think the two categories then I've clarified, and that it's not a forensic investigation, but it's kind of a fact finding in terms of the whereabouts of asset and also correcting the inaccuracies that were identified in the system. I think there was also another question about, I'm not sure if it's Honorable Lungwana, or what other areas of regression. I'm not sure if, yes, the areas of regression. The main area of regression when it comes to the department is performance information. I think that one, they have been getting it right for the past few years. However, in the current year, they missed the point, which then resulted to both programs being qualified. And also under compliance, we then highlighting that under expenditure management, the 30 days non-compliance was not there in the past in terms of it being raised in the department. However, it was raised in the current year, which is another area of regression. And lastly, then I alluded to the asset management, which it was never there in the past. Now it is coming through as a result of my yellow plant. I think, Honorable Chair, if maybe I can expand on the yellow plant issue that we have highlighted. The issue we are highlighting there specifically is that the department has lost quite a few of the yellow plant, the graders, the loaders, as well as the rollers. And then during our audit, then we assessed and analyzed the reasons which might have led and causes of such losses, which the department, then we have established that, some of these assets were left by the department under the custodianship of the ordinary citizens. For example, a grader will be driven to the nearby area so that it can be closer to the construction site, and it kept in the household of the citizen. But the next morning, the grader is no longer there; it's stolen. So we then highlighting that the accounting officer should have at least implemented safeguards which are proper to make sure that that grader, even if it's out there, it's still secured. Because within their camps, they do have the security guards guarding the camps where the graders are stored. But when it comes to the graders that are working on site, they are just left unattended. And to compound this is that these graders are using a universal key. So that on its own, it's a concern to say these graders should have at least be secured. So which means that anyone who's got any key of a bell grader can open and start any bell grader and drive off with it. So that's what then, Honorable Chair, we were highlighting in terms of the asset management. I thank you.
Well, members, I think the questions have been thoroughly answered. On Mbata, I'll allow you a quick one, but I do want to move on to the CLARC.
Yes, yes,
Thank you.
I think I don't know whether I would say it's a follow-up, but on the 9.5 billion, so the audit notes that the department's creditor payment period averaged six days, if I'm not mistaken, and you have claimed the liability of 9.5 billion. Do you regard that as an early sign of fiscal distress? And then the last one, Chair, I forgot to ask this one. Where's question number 25? Okay. How should the SCOPA interpret your statement when you say the department remains a going concern despite these pressures? I think you said something to that effect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mkhize.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair, for the questions. Through you, Honourable Chair, I think Honourable Mata, the issue on the going concern. So when we assess the department, ordinarily it's ordinarily not practical for the department to be closed unless then the government decide to reprioritize their basically their lack of a better word, their visions and everything, and then decide to do away with the department. But when we saying that the department will continue as a going concern, we are saying that the department is still funded by government in as far as the funds that are available. And there are commitments that are made, to support the department in terms of conditional grants, which indeed it shows that the department can operate in the near future through these support funds that are coming from government. Despite the issues that we are highlighting in terms of the financial challenges, for example, the 9.5 billion, which my colleagues will touch base on it, as well as the 2.3 billion. So when we're looking at the going concern of the department, we're looking at overall to say, can the department, given what we are seeing, still continue? The answer to that is yes, they can still continue. The funds are still available to support the department and the programs of the department. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Just to, so that covers a going concern. In terms of indications for financial distress, I think when you do look at the fact that they cannot make payments within 30 days as required by the PFMA, it's usually a sign that there are either financial management practices that are not, the financial discipline has gone disarray. But also when you look at that bottom on slide 18, you speak about that there's 2.3 billion in payables and accruals that have not been recognized. So it means that there's 2.3 potentially that in the new year, immediately when the budget is approved and allocated, then that 2.3 billion must come out from that new budget. So there are challenges insofar as if nothing else happens, if there was no funding from government, etc. Yes, indeed, we'll speak about the going concern, but there are issues of financial management discipline on a day-to-day basis, the budgeting, which is why we're also making recommendations about how they do their budgeting and their allocation with what they need to do and with what they need, with what they have. I think it's similar that we've raised in other big departments that you need to budget for what you have, taking into account for what you already committed yourself to, even in the previous year. So there definitely is a challenge insofar as financial management discipline and the fiscal health of the department, just from looking at the 30 days and that 2.3 billion that already has been spent, committed, but just not recorded in the books. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, thank you very much. I think what we'll do now is go to the CLARC report. Mr. Uester, I think you are online. Is Mr. Uester online? Mr. Uester, are you there?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. It's not Mr. Uester, it's Mr. Mudipani.
Mr.
Mr. Mudipani.
Wadipani. Mr. Wadipani, you would have heard now the, well, first of all, welcome. Good for you to join us. You would have heard the report of the AG, and you would have heard all the queries. I ask you just to speak to your report very briefly. I can give you 10 minutes. And can you just touch on things that have not already been traversed by the AG and the members' questions? So if you can at all, please avoid reading your report and just touch on things that you feel will supplement the AG's report, if there are any. I'll hand over to you then. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure if the report will be filed that side or can I share it from my side?
You're welcome to share it from your side. But as I say, please just touch on things that have not been traversed already. Please, I really want to avoid duplications. Thanks.
Okay. I think, let me just to confirm if the presentation it's appearing on your site.
It is.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to yourself and the honorable members and also the colleagues in the session. Yeah, I'll try not to repeat what has been raised, and I think most of my presentation has been covered by the presentation of the AGSA team. Just as a way of introduction, my name is Tebogo Mudipani. I am a member of the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee, termed PAC. I'm also the chairperson of the Cluster Audit and Risk Committee, responsible for Department of Transport, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and lastly, Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. So those are the departments that I oversee. And today I'll be talking to Department of Transport. I will not talk to what has been raised already. Let me skip this presentation outline. I think, Chair, on this slide, the main focus is on the audit improvement plan. Immediately after the audit outcomes have been released, it is expected of the department to prepare an audit improvement plan, which reacts to the findings that have been raised by the AGSA. And we met with the department for the first time. We were newly appointed. We met with the department for the first time, the first week of September, where we're considering the first quarter activities of the department. And in this presentation, I'll highlight the key observations that we picked up that may be of interest to yourself. On the audit improvement plan, when we met, the plan had not yet been finalized for presentation to the Audit and Risk Committee. And later on, we learned that it was finalized. And I think with this plan, our interest is on the adequacy of the action plans that are included in the plan. They need to be subjected to a test where we've taken a resolution that the team from the AGSA team, together with the team from Provincial Treasury, should do an adequacy test of the plans. And the aim of this is to avoid the department having recurring findings. So that is one area, and this exercise, I am told, it is underway. We'll be meeting with the department, I think on the 10th of November, where we'll get a proper presentation on the audit improvement plan and the outcome of the adequacy test conducted by the stakeholders that I've just outlined. Then coming to the audit log of the AG of the past financial year, 2023-2024 audit, the department resolved 377 action plans as of the end of the first quarter, and there were 73 actions still unresolved beyond 180 days, which is an area of focus. These are delays that may cause the department not to progress further in terms of improving the audit opinion, and it is a threat to the audit opinion. It may even cause a regression if these outstanding unresolved action plans are not attended to. We also try to outline the areas where these unresolved action plans are. Filling of vacant posts, revenue from traffic fines, rent on leased land, validity of payments, and ineffective construction project management. I think on this one, the key areas of focus is on the delays in the completion of projects, the quality of workmanship and non-recovery of performance guarantees, overpayments and payments of suspended projects. So these are the areas that we are of the view that the department should move with speed, prioritize them, and close on them so that we don't notice recurring findings come the next audit cycle. Let me then proceed to the next slide. I think this one, the focus, Honorable Chair, it's on internal audit log. The findings, the recommendations that come from internal audit, and in the period that we engage with the department, the observation was 94 of the actions were resolved, with 38 actions still unresolved beyond 180 days, which is an area of concern. And these actions that are not resolved, they relate to inadequate management of expanded public works program projects, weaknesses in the use of consultants for professional services, and inefficient procurement processes in appointing contractors, undercharging of penalties, delays in implementing disaster-related projects, inadequate project monitoring, and lastly, inadequate controls relating to performance reporting. These areas, they can be mirrored to the areas that I just presented on the previous slide, and we are recommending that the AGSA and provincial internal audit services to assist in the adequacy test of these plans. The department is also urged to fast-track the implementation of the action plans. And one of the key recommendations that we are bringing is for the province to take a position, have a provincial target of resolving findings coming from internal audit, which can be phased in until it reaches 100%. And we are of the view that this will then improve the control environment. I will not talk much on this slide, unauthorized, fruitless, irregular expenditure, mainly because it was presented at length. Then let me proceed to, I think on this slide, observations that came from engaging with provincial internal audit services, especially the assurance services part, where we observed poor management of capital commitments. The commitment registers were incomplete, inaccurate, resulting in over and under statements. And if these areas are not properly attended to speedily, they will end up becoming an audit finding and causing some regression in the department. So just for SCOPA to take note of this particular area. And moving on into the space of risk assurance services, I think here what we are bringing to your attention, it's given the nature of the challenges that we have observed. We are recommending that the department should enhance its infrastructure project management practices through the establishment of a project management office. This is more building capacity in that space. There are quite a number of challenges, weaknesses in the project management area. So establishing a project management office will be able to deal away with most of the challenges that have been outlined. We are also indicating here that the department should improve the implementation of the mitigation measures in risk management. And also the department is urged to review its organizational structure to enhance capacity within its risk management and project management office. We are also highlighting in the slide that one person currently occupies the position in risk management function, which is the chief risk officer. Given the size of the department, one official is not sufficient to cater or to provide service to the whole department. That's one area that we are of the view that it should then be beefed up. Then the project management office, in our view, it should serve as an early identification and mitigation of potential infrastructure project risk through structured risk assessment tools and techniques, with the view of improving project infrastructure project success. Let me quickly move to the next slide. I think on this slide, Honorable Chair, we are painting a picture. Already the department in the first quarter has gone beyond the 25% mark, sitting at 31% in terms of expenditure. And if this is not properly contained, the department will then experience an over expenditure come year end. We are also highlighting the payment within 30 days. There are still some challenges there. Not all invoices were paid within 30 days. It's an area that requires to be closely monitored. Then in the next slide, we are highlighting capacity constraints that we picked up during our engagement with the department. And there are key positions that, in our view, they should be prioritized. The position of the Chief Director at Mbangeni, SCM Director Financial Accounting, as outlined in the slide. By the time we met, there were about 880 posts to be filled in the current year, with 504 posts that were subsequently approved for recruitment. So on this slide, we are exposing the capacity challenges of the department. Then I'm moving on towards the end of my presentation, touching on interdepartmental accounts. As we met, we picked up that the department was owed 100 million on vehicles bought for other departments. And if this money can come back into the department, it will then close the gaps, the financial pressures that exist. I'll not talk to the contingent liabilities. I think it was well ventilated. We are also highlighting in the slide the learner transport, where there are some budget pressures and there is a need for the department to receive additional funding. And if that is not then catered for, it will then lead to a mandate, one of the mandate of the department not fully funded. This we picked when we met with the department during the first quarter audit and risk committee meeting. So it's an area that needs to be closely monitored, and some urgent interventions are needed to then avoid a mandate that is not funded. Then on this slide, we are just saying...
Mr. Moripani, can I just ask you to just conclude now, please? We have the department waiting for us. I think we've got through the essential issues that you raised, especially slide 4. Could I just ask you to conclude, please? Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much. I think in concluding my presentation, Honorable Chair, we are indicating in the slide that from our assessment, it is possible for this department to, at a later stage, to achieve a clean audit opinion when leadership and senior management and those charged with governance are committed to establishing a stable leadership, diligently observing basic disciplines of accounting and performance management, and persistently inculcating a culture of ethical leadership, advocating for swift consequences for all reported irregularities and poor performance, and ensuring that critical posts are filled at all stages. I think, Chair, I will stop my presentation there and thank you for the opportunity.
Manupani, thank you very much for that presentation. I think specifically the input that you have met with the department in September and you laid down certain guidelines that is on slide 4. I requested members have a look at slide 4 of that part of that report, because that will be very useful in our engagement shortly. Members, I think the presentation is quite clear. I don't know if there are any questions, but I just wanted to ask members, the department is ready. The MEC has already joined online. Would we like to go straight into the engagement with the department, or should we just take a quick 5-minute comfort break, allow the department to come in, and then we can continue? Is Honourable Moyo voting for that? For 5 minutes. Okay, let's take a 5-minute comfort break that will allow the department to come in, but let's try and be disciplined. So let's make it a 7-minute break. We will start at 20 to 11. Okay, 20 to 11. Honourable members, please let's be back. Thank you.
Umagoban is sleeping. That's why we need 5 minutes. Where's Mthandeni? Where Mthandeni?
Hayi wena moyo.
Uyangisukela uthi uzenza mina.
Kangikumele mfowethu umuntu ohlala ku-online wena. Uyabona?
Dlongwane lento uthi masemsebenzini libala ukuhlala eplazini niluze inkomo lapho.
Mfowethu abantu basemakhaya sidlela ingqathu. Sidlela ingqathu sikhathele lezi zinto izenzala ethawini mfowethu. Magubane. Khathele lezi zinto zenu thina. Hlela emakhaya.
All right, honourable members, it's now 22:11. I did say we were going to start promptly at 22:11, so there are some members outside of the chamber, but I'm sure they will come back in. I would like to also welcome the MEC who is online. MEC Duma, you are most welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'd obviously like to welcome the team from the Department of Transport. Acting HOD, you and your team, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, honourable members. Right, so we have received a briefing this morning from the Department, from the Auditor General South Africa and from the cluster responsible for the Provincial Audit Risk Committee on your department. And we are now at the stage of the day where we will now engage with yourselves. The way it's going to work is I'm first of all going to ask the MEC to address us with any opening comments. Then I'm going to ask you to introduce your team. We'll get to that after the MEC. And then before you start your presentation, I will ask you all to take an oath or an affirmation. But I will get into the specifics of that when the time comes. So we're at that stage of the meeting now where I'd like to ask the MEC. MEC Duma, the floor is yours. I can give you 5 minutes if you need that much, just to give us some opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, President Bach. Am I allowed, because of the bandwidth, to take off the video and proceed?
So Honourable Dirks would like to see you first, Honourable Duma, if that's okay, and then you can take the...
I've already appeared. I don't have a problem of taking a directive from the chair.
Okay. Right. I can see you, Honourable Duma. I think, yeah.
No, thank you so much, Chair.
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you so much, Chair, for affording us this opportunity. We are just honoured that we are meeting the SCOPA, which is quite a key and a pillar in our legislature, in particular on the issue of accountability and oversight, the role that has been played. All the committees are critical, the finance, the portfolio responsible for us, but we just have to mention, for the record, Honourable Chair, for the last 11 years, the Department of Transport have failed to acquire what is called unqualified audit opinion, so that it must be understood within the correct nexus. What we did when we entered into the space, we then invited in our strategic meeting the Auditor General to come and sit down with us. You might know there was a lot of irregular expenditure, the issue of accrual, that we have to delve deeper on the issue of assets in particular, and the registration at that particular time. We had to browse through those processes and we dealt those issues. We do want to create the team that is led by acting head of department today, Ms. Mangubo, the TDGs and the CFO. We just want to highlight some of the fundamentals, and I'm glad as I entered, we're also talking on the issue of challenges on the lawsuit by Toyota in particular. It is correct, firstly, that we must highlight that Toyota employs almost 4,500. And in my other life, as the MEC responsible for ATIA, I've been dealing with the team of Toyota, including the President General Baba. So it is always critical that they did indicate that they are not part and parcel of giving this directive, but it is because of the third party, which is the insurance in the South Basin of eThekwini, as you know, that they suffered tremendously after what transpired in the disaster. So it is always clear that something ought to happen. We are not the major part when it comes to that, at that level of what transpired in this 6-point-something billion, but eThekwini in particular and Transnet is. However, we are also the stakeholder. How are we a stakeholder? In the process, especially in the Mlazi BAM, we've then constructed a road. The argument from the insurance company is that we're supposed to build a road as if it's a dam wall. Our road failed to contain the water. If you know the specification of how you develop and how you construct a road, you'll then understand. Technically, they don't have a case against us, but we've said that jointly we are meeting. Thanks to the minister, we've met with Transnet team and the Tegwin. The case continues. I just have to highlight that we have improved almost all other aspects, as you have said, but I just want to be emphatic on this point that after receiving these two consecutive unqualified audit opinion in our tenure, in our short stint, I'm not particular a fanatic of a clean audit at this point in time. Why is that? Department of Transport in the province of KwaZulu-Natal is the one that is a major pillar of developing corridors, development of economic outlook of the province. So if we're to compromise in ensuring that the paper trail is clinical, it is good. But for me, we still have to balance an equation. You'll find that we still have a problems in some instances of starting a project without a proper borrow pit license in certain areas with Amakos. So it is still our duty that we must also lobby and advocate with Minister responsible for minerals and energy, Minister Mantashe, who's just assisted us. We've assembled the team of Amakhosi, but it is also within our reach that as we build and develop in terms of infrastructure, there are other things. Remember that on the issue of PPPFA Section 217 of the Constitution, we developed what is regarded as IGULA. It had some teething problems. So instead of saying that we just achieve straight a clean audit, will rather concede us, ensuring that we maintain this unqualified opinion. Then at a correct time, when everything has been sealed and balanced, we can then consider the process. We are not unlike other department. We are an infrastructure department that must do a lot of things. I do want to be emphatic on that point, Honorable Chair. I must also say that the issue of bus from bus 5 to bus 6, the migration had some fundamental problems within our processes. As you know, that we are the departments that after the allocation of 13.5 billion, it means that our invoices are coming. For instance, let's say every month we must invoice 1.3 billion. So unfortunately, for the reality of treasurer, they were always giving us, instead of 1.3 billion, they gave us 800 million. In the second month, they gave us 500 million. Automatically, that means that we are going to have a failure in terms of execution our plan. So which is why some of the 30 days account in the process we could not meet. We had to rob Peter to pay Paul in some instances. So those are the key features that has compromised our quality. However, there's been an improvement. After that, the cabinet then took a resolution of the norms and standard of Department of Education, which had to be prioritized at the value of 900 million. We then had to delve deeper in that process. Otherwise, things are okay within us. At least there is that relationship with major contractors. They understand. Slowly, we've grappled with that process, as at least now we are in 1.2 per month. There will be that improvement. I'm sure you'll see at the level of accruals. Probably you'll be skeptical. There were 800, but this month they will just then go down. We have improved, and when it comes to that, at least we still have proper budget. I must going to learn, Honorable Chair, with members, making you understand that there is this animal called scholar transport that is also listed among problems in the problems. The reality with scholar transport, it has been a systematical and an existential problems, as you might know. Already, if we can just be practical, the money from Department of Education has been exhausted. Then what do we do as the department that is responsible, because we are the implementing agent of Department of Education? Do we just cut off and say that no, it's okay, irrespective that matric is started writing and other institutions are following as a process? And the answer is no. It means that succinctly we have to balance this skewed equation by understanding all these years that in our infrastructure budget, it means that some of the projects we have to stop them and ensure that the money, the value problem, 359 million is set aside for Department of Education. We have Premier assembled a team that is composed of MEC Duma, MEC Rogers, MEC Education, means Education, Finance, and DOT are sitting and trying to get a solution at some point in time. There is a reality that we don't have resources as we speak. There is a scarcity, but we do have to try and ensure that we do those issues. We do want to thank the SCOPA for always highlighting, because we are following to the queue of what is required to be done. It is amongst other principles in the 6th Parliament that has orchestrated us in ensuring that, because out of this finding, I could even just illustrate the point that the findings that have been identified by Auditor General are something that we are working on, and we have just created a strong relationship. We are working closer with them. We do know we don't even wait for our internal controls on it. They are from the first day in the first quarter 1, they will be there and outlining that we have achieved this one. That is why you have seen an improved in terms of the audit findings. I do want to thank the entire committee for gracing our presence with all those issues, with the wisdom and the guidance. And we are particular in ensuring that whatever transpired from this meeting, we are going to follow it to the queue so that there is that understanding from the community. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. We appreciate those opening remarks. Right. Let's now move on to the department. Acting HOD, if you could just introduce, what I would like you to do is start by introducing yourself. I understand you're the acting HOD, so if you could just tell us how long you've been in that position, and then each of your subsequent team members, if they could just introduce themselves and indicate to us how long they've been in their current position, just so we can have an idea of continuity. Okay, Acting HOD, let's start with you. Thank you. Sorry? We'll do that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the members of SCOPA, greetings to the AG team that is present, and the colleagues in this house. Chairperson, my name is Simanga Ngobo. I am the Deputy Director General, Corporate Services, responsible for Program 1. I've been given an opportunity to act whilst we are sorting things in the department. I don't know, they must say it, but I can just say, this is CFO. The name is Tabani Nkosi.
No, Acting HOD, I just want you to just introduce yourself, and then each person can introduce themselves. But how long have you been the acting HOD?
From August, Chairperson.
From August this year. All right. Okay. Now let's move down one by one. Your team can speak for themselves.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Just so everybody's, it's much easier if you use the mouse, which you have on your next to your TV screen there. And just use the mouse to click on the microphone at the top. It's easier than if you poke. All right. Okay, please, let's proceed.
Good morning to the Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, the Auditor General, and our Honourable MEC, and all other colleagues in the meeting. My name is Utabani Nkosi. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Transport, and I have been in this position for the last 2.5 years. Thank you. 2.5 years, Chair, yes.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members, Auditor General, respectfully, our MEC. My name is Figile Sitole. I'm the DDG for Transportation Services in the department. Thank you.
I didn't hear how long you've been in that position.
It's about 5 years now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. I'm Musimpiwa Nkosi, who is the DDG for Program 2. I have been in the position for the last 15 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, now we will start with the acting HOD again. Before you start your presentation, we need you to do an oath or affirmation. That is a standard SCOPA process. For those of you not familiar with it, all you have to do is you just have to state the following: I, your full name, and then you raise your right hand and you say, I, your full name, hereby undertake to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. All right. If you'd rather leave God out of it, you can say, I and your full name hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, so if we could just start with you, acting HOD, just go down to the rest of your team, and then we can start with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I, Simanga Ngubo, undertake to talk the truth, nothing else but the truth. That's my undertaking.
I, Tabane Nkosi, hereby undertake to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Figile Sithole, undertake to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Simpiwe Nkosi, hereby affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. All right, acting HOD, it's now over to you. We have your presentation. It has been circulated to the members. Are you going to flight it, or would you like us to flight it for you?
We can flight it, Chairperson.
Okay,
we
so
have copies too.
Sorry?
We can flight it, Chair.
Your team is going to flight it?
Yes.
Okay. Whoever's taking us through the presentation, if I can just ask you just to keep us with you and say I'm moving to slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4. Okay, so that we can stay with you. All right. Because unfortunately, it's on the screens. It will be on the screens when you put it up, but it's not always 100% legible from where the members are sitting. Okay. Where is the presentation? Is it coming up?
Honorable Chairperson, we were requested to ensure that we have Wi-Fi on our devices, which I've brought, so I'm not too sure, Honorable Chair.
Well, you know what, I think let's just make this simple. Kabo, if you could just share the presentation, please. We'll share the presentation, and then you just tell Kabo, please go to the next slide, and we'll carry on like that. It's just easier. Thanks. Right. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The presentation is flighted. We will be presenting the SCOPA on the 2024-25 AGS audit outcome report. If it pleases the Chairperson and the members, may I request CFO to present? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, on this slide, we will be providing an overview in terms of the Auditor General's audit outcome, our audit improvement plan, our current expenditure versus budget, our issue of payments within 30 days, and our irregular expenditure. And these, Chair, were part of what was raised by the Auditor General in their report. Hence, we felt it was necessary for the committee to be appraised so that we can show that we are looking into the matters that were raised by the Auditor General. If we can go to slide number 4, please. On slide number 4, Chair, we are showing that during the 2024-2025 financial year, the department received an unqualified audit opinion where it was found to have presented its annual financial statements in a fair way and in all material aspects. On slide number 5, Chair, we will, however, see that there was also a report on our audit of annual performance report, where on the programs that were selected for audit, it was transport infrastructure, which is under program 2, and we also had transportation services under program 3, where under transport infrastructure, the department managed to achieve 50% of the 100% spent budget, and under program 3, we achieved 57% of the 100% budget. This is, Chair, an improvement from the 2023-2024 financial year, where the department under our transport infrastructure had achieved 37% of the 100% budget spent and 36% of the 100% budget spent on program 3. And in the latter year, 75 was on program 4, 75% out of the 100% budget spent. I would like to highlight, Chair, that this was taken seriously when the Auditor General had presented it in the 23-24 financial year, and hence the department had put up some measures to ensure that there is improvement onto it. We are still continuing with those improvement measures to ensure that the numbers increase in the current year that we are in, Chairperson. On to slide number 6. There were material findings that were noted in the report of the Auditor General, where we had to note our annual financial statements, revenue management, expenditure management, strategic planning and performance management, consequence management, and asset management, which were issues that were raised. Slide number 7, Chair. Under annual financial statements, there were material misstatements which were identified and corrected through the audit period. Under revenue management, the Auditor General had identified that there were some steps that were not effective enough to collect all monies that were due from the issuing of traffic fines. Under expenditure management, there were issues that were raised with the effectiveness of the department having to prevent irregular expenditure. On slide number 8, there were also issues raised by the Auditor General on specific information systems that were not implemented in the monitoring of progress towards achieving our targets. Under consequence management, the Auditor General raised an issue that we did not provide sufficient evidence to show that we had taken disciplinary steps on officials that had intentionally incurred irregular expenditure and also fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And on the last part, Chair, there was an issue where the Auditor General felt that we did not have proper controls in place to eliminate theft in terms of our assets, mainly yellow plant within the department. Chair, another part that reflected in our report was that in the previous years, we had 4 material irregularities that were raised by the Auditor General. And we would be pleased to say, Chair, that we have now addressed all of the 4 which have now been cleared. Currently, as we stand, the department does not have any material irregularities that are pending. On slide number 9, Chair, apologies. On slide number 11, Chair, we are now moving forward where we are saying that the department is continuing to implement the audit improvement plans that we had implemented prior to the department receiving an unqualified audit. And these strategies have assisted the department in the last 2 years in achieving an unqualified audit. Therefore, the department is continuing with the monitoring of our accrued departmental revenue. We are also continuing with our supply chain management turnaround strategy. We are also continuing in improving our internal controls framework. And in addition, Chair, there's a point that we forgot to include in the slide that is above of what we are also doing. We have also implemented an infrastructure project management improvement strategy. Chair, with the accrued departmental revenue strategy that we implemented, the problem that we had 2 years ago was that we could not account for all the traffic fines or accrued revenue that was due to the department. We have now overcome those challenges, but we are now still stuck with a challenge where there is an issue of us being able to issue AMA notices on time within the 30-day period when it comes to camera violations. This comes with a lot of prescripts where the images have to be clear, the number plate has to be clearly visible, and the vehicle has to be clearly visible. And we were struggling with some of those issues, which we have discussed with the service provider, which will then also enable us to ensure that we are then able to issue those traffic violations on time and that they don't prescribe within the 30-day notice, because that was one of the issues that we had in the current financial year, where the Auditor General felt that the department hasn't done well. So part of our audit improvement strategy, of which we will be starting our Friday meetings that we have started as a department, to say every Friday morning we have these meetings where the respective DDGs do provide AMA reports and AMA updates on how we are progressing with the implementation of these strategies. So this is one of the plans that we've currently put in place to ensure that we address the issue raised by the Auditor General, but not forgetting to maintain the other issues that they had raised previously in making sure that we don't regress from the current position that we're sitting in as a department, but that we improve. And the supply chain management turnaround strategy, Chair, this is where we have ensured that we comply with the legal framework and prescripts of the department in ensuring that our procurement is free from irregularities. As members will see as we carry on, where we provide a breakdown in terms of our regular expenditure, we can be proud to say that we have reduced our regular expenditure by a significant amount, but it is not saying that we have done good, Chair, if there is still value that is coming through as a regular expenditure year on year. Our aim as a department is to ensure that we eliminate any irregular expenditure that may arise from any procurement that is undertaken by the department, and we maintain the course of ensuring that our procurement is in line with prescribed legislation. We are also improving on it. These are also some of the reports that are being brought up on our weekly meetings on Friday, to say let us improve and ensure that we comply with all the instruction notes that have been issued by Provincial Treasury, and we enforce a compliance through our regional finance managers when a procurement is being done. Under our internal control framework, Chair, on the same slide, we are also ensuring that we are looking at maintaining internal controls where our internal compliance teams are still going out to the offices to ensure that when it comes to the issues of payment, processes are being followed, our internal policies are being followed, our internal procedure manuals are being followed, our internal standard operating procedures are being followed by our finance members. So they are still continuing to go out onto the regions to ensure that compliance, hence on some of the issues that were raised previously in our audit reports have found to have been cleared because we are ensuring that ongoing improvement. And Chair, under the last one that I had highlighted, which was erroneously left out on the infrastructure project management improvement strategy. In the current audit that we had, Chair, AG had raised an issue in terms of our performance assessments when it comes to our departmental projects, where we have been found wanting in the areas of project management. Through our engagements with the DDG, we have gone through that and we have come up with a strategy which is also going to be reported on a monthly basis to ensure that we keep proper project management files, which will then enable the department to identify troublesome project or to identify any issues within the project at an earlier stage, also to detect and prevent any fruitless and irregular expenditure that might be incurred while the project is running. So these are all the improvement plans that we've undertaken as a department that are continuing to ensure that we are on track. Under the expenditure management issue, Chair, if we then move on to slide number 13, we would just quickly like to highlight to the members that the department had been allocated a 13.8 billion rand budget, of which at the end of September we had spent 8.3 billion rand, of which is 60% of the allocated budget. We are expecting to see a reduction during December and January, as this will be the shutdown period. So this is not an abnormal issue for the department for us to be here at this point in time, so that we don't have a spike at the end of the financial year. We are anticipating those 2 months where there will be a slight dip in terms of our expenditure towards the latter end of our financial year. And Chair, the reason why I'm highlighting this is so that when we move on to the later parts, you will then get a picture of what then happens to our payments within 30 days, and that members get a clear picture of the animal that we are facing when it comes to these. In slide number 14, it's just a high-level presentation in terms of our expenditure at a program level. I will request not to go through it, Chair. I will take it as read by the members. This was just a highlight in terms of what we're looking at, and to give a comfort to our members to say that we have taken all factors into account and we will not be having any unauthorized expenditure or projecting any unauthorized expenditure at the end of the year. However, Chair, with that being said, through discussions with Provincial Treasury, they have requested us to show overspending when it comes to the issue of Elena Transport, with the anticipation of adjusted estimates department receiving that funding. So the 319 million, Chair, that is showing as over expenditure is solely for Elena Transport, where in terms of funding that we had received from Provincial Treasury for Elena Transport, that funding became exhausted at the end of August. So from September up to the end of March, we have now exhausted our funds, and the department is waiting to see whether we will be able to get any additional funding from Provincial Treasury in the adjusted estimates. Should it come, Chair, that we do not get any additional funding to the tune of 320 million rand, Chair, what it then means is that we then need to go back and reprioritize within the allocated budget that we have. And the only place where we can take this from, Chair, is under Program 2 infrastructure, which is also one I wanted to highlight to the Chair in terms of the challenges that we usually then face when it comes to expenditure management, is that when we go back and we now have to reduce from infrastructure, there are certain infrastructure projects that we have to stop. There are certain infrastructure projects that we have to slow down. This then comes with more consequences of us having to pay for standing time for some of these projects because some contractors would have committed, which again would probably lead to a fruitless and irregular expenditure if AG comes. So there are intended consequences of us not receiving our funding on time, and when we have to slow down or stop the number of projects to cover for Elena Transport, the unintended consequences may be irregular expenditure because we would then have to pay for standing time for projects that should have been continuing because of the cut down in budgets. So I thought again, Chair, I need to highlight this because this then may go hand in hand with some of the irregular expenditure that we then get to see where we get charged for a standing time as a Department of Transport. On slide number 19, when we go to accruals and payables, which is also an issue that was raised, at the end of September, we are showing 912 million rand in accruals and payables, of which 749, which is 82%, is within 30 days, and 162 million is in excess of 30 days. I know, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, that this figure may look high, but in essence, we should be showing around 900 to 1 billion rand in terms of accruals for goods and services because the department is on a going concern. So it means that for work that was done in the previous months in September, it is expected that our invoices would start coming in at the end of the month, which would then form our accruals in terms of work done in the previous months. And this then becomes in line with what we're expecting to spend, which is around 1.2 billion rand a month. So on an ongoing basis, Chair, it has been said to now be okay if we keep our accruals and payables that are within the 30 days. But the challenge that we're having, Chair, with the 162 million rand is what I would like to highlight in terms of our allocation and how we are looking into it. So in slide number 20, we are now saying that the department is looking into the procurement of an invoice register that will assist with the processing of our invoices and tracking the invoices that we've received. Chair, this is after a very long time where we had been informed that we cannot procure a system because national and the provincial are still working on a system that will assist us in preparing our financial statements and doing financial reporting. We were waiting for implementation of IFMS, which has been promised to us, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for the last 15 years. But eventually, through our discussion with the Accountant General in our CFO's forum, he did now come out and say that, look, with the IFMS not being implemented, our departments can now go out and try and source a system that will be able to assist the department with all the other reporting notes for us to be able to report on an accrual basis accounting, which we are being audited by because BES is cash-based. So we are now, after those discussions, looking at our possibilities of ensuring that we do get that system to better improve our reporting when it comes to the issue of 30 days. We have also ensured that our regional financial managers also report on these Friday weekly meetings to ensure compliance with payment within 30 days, as much as we are still working on a manual system, but we are trying to enforce it and ensure that they pay those invoices diligently, and where invoices have not been paid within 30 days, there is a consequence management that then gets to be done. On slide number 21, Chair, we have also had discussions with the Accountant General where at the beginning of every year we are requested to submit our cash flows. And from our cash flows, we are projecting the expenditure of between 1.2 to 1.3 billion rand a month. And during the month of November and December, there will be a slight dip again between December and January, there will be a slight dip because of a builder's break. But those are the cash flows that we then present to Provincial Treasury at the beginning of the year. However, Chair, what then gets to happen is because of the cash that Treasury receives, we then get around 900 million rand a month, where on the fourth month we then receive around 1.4 billion rand, which includes part of our provincial road maintenance grant. The reason for this, Chair, is that the provincial road maintenance grant is the only grant that we receive in a quarterly basis. And the EPWP grant. The provincial transport operations, the public transport operations grant we get on a monthly basis, which then enables us to pay our service providers on time. But with the provincial road maintenance grant, we get this one on a quarterly basis. And we are trying to motivate with the Provincial Treasury to say if they can please assist by ensuring that we get this grant on a monthly basis so that our cash flows actually match the amount of money we receive to pay our contractors on time, because then on every month it means we're in a shortfall of around 200 million rand a month in terms of cash required to pay our service providers, which we then only get on the fourth month. And hopefully with the discussions that we've had with the Provincial Accountant General, he has said he will take the matter up with National Treasury, where they will try and see if we can then get this grant on a monthly basis, which will also ease the pressure of the issue of AMA payments within 30 days. On slide number 22, Chair, on the issue of irregular expenditure, during the 2024-2025 financial year, we had incurred 1.3 billion rands of irregular expenditure, which is a reduction from the 1.6 billion rand incurred in the 23-24, which is also a huge reduction from 3 billion rand, which was incurred in the 2022-2023 financial year. It must be noted, Chair, that 90% of the current 1.3 irregular expenditure is mainly made up of our bus subsidy contracts, which were inherited from National Treasury, which the department is still under court order, preventing us from being able to terminate those irregular contracts and then do AMA appointments that will not be irregular moving forward. And unfortunately, Chair, while the matter is still in court and with the instruction that is given by the court to say continue with providing the service, we will not be in a position as the department currently to then prevent the roughly 900 million rand that comes from expenditure incurred from our public transport. But hopefully, if the matter is resolved quickly by the courts, we should then be in a position in the future years of reducing that figure down to nil, as we have seen in the previous years where we've reduced it, Chair. Under fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, the department has a balance of 4.2 million rand at the end of a financial year, of which 2.3 million rand has been written off in terms of Proclamation 16, a report for 2019. We have also had some write-offs that have been issued by Provincial Treasury when it comes to that, and we are currently looking at a balance of 1.9 million rand, of which 584 is in a legal process. 802 million rand is currently under disciplinary action as per our forensic reports, and 527,000 rand is under AMA determinations. Chair, that then brings us to the end of our report in terms of our audit and issues raised under UAG. Thank you, Chair.
All right. I did also ask you to give us a presentation on legal representation and also on RT46. I don't know who's going to do the presentation on that. We've received documents in that regard. Now, what concerns me, the legal representation is one thing. There's a file that came through. It looks like you guys use lawyers a lot. But also, the RT46 question, although it was very clearly stated, we want to know how many vehicles you've got on RT46, but very importantly, how many of those vehicles are off the road because of complications with the fleet management contract. That's what we really want to get into. And I'm very concerned that we have not received a report in that regard. And I've seen the instructions that were sent to the department, but despite that, the query has not been answered. What's going on? Are you not prepared for this inquiry?
Chair, on the issue of ORT 46, can I kindly request, Chair, that we present to the committee? I had thought the report was brought through, as I'm saying the report now as we're discussing with the HOD, but it appears that the report was not sent to us. Humble apologies for that, Chair. Can we just kindly request that we ensure that we submit it?
So you're saying the RT46, you don't have that report?
Chair, from the reports that we have, it doesn't look like the HOD's office.
Can I please ask you, when SCOPA writes to you again, please read the letters carefully and what we're asking for. What we're trying to drive here as a committee is the dysfunctionality of that contract. And we're trying to urgently find out which departments have got problems with it in terms of vehicles being off the road because of the fleet management contract. Can I ask within the next week that I get a report, that SCOPA gets a report on that? All we need to know is how many of your vehicles that you currently have are off the road because of complications with the fleet contract. In other words, it's taking months to get a vehicle serviced or to get repaired because paperwork's not been done. That's what we're looking for. That's the essence of it. Are you going to present to us on the legal expenditure?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, please continue.
Chairperson, from the report that was submitted through legal services, we have 162 cases, Chair, that are currently running through that legal process from legal services, of which our current expenditure, Chair, when we look at our legal processes, we are currently sitting at 235 million rand that we've spent so far on legal matters. And the breakdown of the Chair is on the matters that have been presented on a spreadsheet with also the attorneys and the amounts that are then showing as part into that report, Chair. Honourable Chair, I'm not too sure whether the members would have wanted a detail in terms of those matters as to where they go. But in terms of the outcome or a report that was given to us, it was just asked that we do a presentation.
We're not after a report on each case and the merits of the case. It's after expenditure. Look, I think you've submitted a report. We can take that as read. Members, there are a lot of issues. Can I hand over to members who would like to ask questions? Are there any hands? Are there any hands on the platform? Okay. All right. Then if members don't mind, I will get in with my questions. I'd like to take you to your irregular expenditure register that you sent through. Let's just start here. Acting HOD, you know, I'm sensitive to the fact that you've just started in this position, but do you know what Section 217 of the Constitution says? Do you know what Section 217 of the Constitution says? I'm asking a question, HOD.
Going to open the mic.
Okay.
Chairperson, even if I'm not going to be quoting it.
But do you know more or less what it says?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Section 217 talks to the part of it talks to the fair processes and also talks to the implementation of procurement legislation and the plans that are fair, okay, open, and in line with the Constitution.
All right, okay. I really think that as an acting HOD, and I understand that you've been put in this position, that you should really know exactly what it says, but effectively you're right, it talks to procurement, and it says that it must be fair, it must be competitive, it must be procedural, and it lists 5 factors that you have to go through. I'm sure the CFO is familiar with Section 217. But here's the thing. Do you know what Section 38 and 39 of the Public Finance Management Act say? Acting HOD, I'm asking you the question.
I think, Chairperson, it makes a reference to the accounting officer's responsibilities.
Quite correct. And what it does say there, very specifically, is that accounting officers have to make every single attempt to restrict irregular expenditure. Okay? And there is a concomitant duty also on CFOs, to the best of my knowledge. So if we go to the register of regular expenditure, which you have very kindly submitted to us, that register has, if members scan through it, 19,430 lines. Okay? And next to the consequence management column, which is column H, we find either submitted for condonation with no indication whatsoever of disciplinary action, or determination test not started. And if you look at a lot of them, they happened 6-7 years ago. And this is a fundamental problem with the Department of Transport. You've got about 19,000 instances of irregular expenditure. And it appears that nothing's been done. From the report of the AG, the report of CLARC, it appears that something like 99.57%. Let me repeat that figure again, because it's shocking. 99.57% instances of irregular expenditure have not been dealt with at all. Now, you've got the CFO there with you, been there for 2.5 years. This department's got to explain to us why on earth that is the case. And the other thing I've picked up is that if you look at that, if you actually sort the data on that irregular expenditure, there are a couple of names, and I'm still just in the A's, but let's get into it. Acting CHOD and acting and CFO, can either of you tell us who AN Vehicle Services are? AN Vehicle Services. Let's not take a day to tell me, just say yes or no.
Honorable Chairperson, it's a plant hire company.
Plant hire company.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because they've got a raft of irregular expenditure. Okay? And if we just scroll down, I've highlighted all the big ones. Abazio Consulting Engineers. In 2021, they billed 25 million rand, but there was a problem. All of these are instances. So do you know Abazio?
Chair, that will be a consulting firm and our transport infrastructure.
What's being done about these contracts?
Chairperson, bulk of these contracts, you have your 4197, 4198, where majority of these transactions are coming from. These were panel contracts that were done by the department during 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
And with these as being panel contracts, it is where then the department made numerous orders against them, which are the orders, the transactions that you see as line transactions because of each individual order that would have been made against them. When the AG had found this contract to be irregular, it was then stopped. Similar to 2800, which was a contract that was procured for a plant hire. I think this contract, Chair, went on for about 5 to 6 years, where orders were...
But you see, what you're saying makes no sense, because if I look at your own list, Chair, you've got 4 of the items submitted for condemnation, all right? And I just want to remind you that the Treasury were here last week with us, and they explained to us that it's almost impossible for them to even consider condemnation of most of your transactions because you have not provided proof of actual work done by the department to terminate. And you're saying here there are probably about, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, where it says still determination process, a test in progress. Now, how can you say it's been stopped?
Chair, the actual use of the contract got stopped when AG determined that it was irregular. So there were no new orders that were then procured afterwards, after it was determined to be irregular. Chair,
and the staff members involved in Abazio, consulting engineers, whoever worked with them, what's happened to them?
Chair, can I kindly request just for that specific one, if I can be granted an opportunity to take a look at it, and we can then provide a specific answer.
Well, I mean, the thing is, see if I can carry on, and I will, because this whole thing, I mean, if members go and sort, if you click on the column and you sort A to Z, then you get ACE Transport. You must know ACE Transport. Another huge amount. The question is, okay, it's very simple. So what did ACE Transport do wrong? Okay. Which officials were involved in ACE Transport? Okay, and what's happened to them? And if ACE Transport paid money that they shouldn't have received, what are we doing in recovery? Now, I very specifically, sorry, not I, the committee very specifically sent you a template ahead of this hearing. We wanted all of that information. All right, to give us some sort of comfort that you're doing something about this. But that comfort is not there because that detail is not there. And you can't answer me, can you? Well, can you tell me about ACE Transport? Because we can go on all day like this.
Chair, on these specific ones, ACE Transport per se was under 2800 as a panel contract that was procured by a department. And under 2800, there were numerous contractors that were procured, including ACE Transport, that were being used from this panel, Chair. Now, it is not the contractors that did wrong. It was in the manner of which the contract was procured and the contract was continued by department with the prolonged extensions, where eventually the Auditor General had said the way that you had procured 2800 and you had put those people onto the panel, and how you have then used it, you have used it in an irregular manner. So therefore, all orders procured under that contract then became irregular. So, Chair, it's not that ACE Transport did anything wrong or they did not provide any services, but it was the procurement process that was undertaken by the department that rendered 2800 as irregular, that then rendered 4197, 4198 as being irregular, that then rendered Uvukuzakhe, Chair, as being irregular, because Uvukuzakhe was a program that was designed by the department in order to deal with all grade 1s, 2s, and 3s. But when a procurement of Uvukuzakhe was then looked into, it was found to be an irregular process, even on extending and keeping that program going, which then made the contract irregular. So all the contractors that were appointed under Uvukuzakhe, Chair, would then reflect under the spreadsheet and would show as one. Now, Chair, I can comfortably say that 4197, 4198, the panel contractor for 2800, and Vodacom, which we have submitted, which forms the bulk of our transactions, and also our APC contracts, which forms part of our consultants that we have. Those we have submitted to Provincial Treasury, and I can safely say, Chair, that for all of those, a consequence management was taken with the accounting officer. It was taken with Udidi Junko, who was there at the time. It was taken with UCFO, which was Wayne Evans at the time. And there were letters that were given to Provincial Treasury on instances of a consequence management with these cases. The challenge that we're having, Chair, with the Provincial Treasury in considering these condemnations is that some of these documents go as far back as 15 years ago, where Provincial Treasury is now saying we are not just going to look at the values that we've given to us per order, but we want to have the actual payments that make up that number. So, for example, Chair, for the one line item, if we have an order that has, for example, 92 million rand onto it, Provincial Treasury is saying, transport, give us all the payments that make up the 92 million so that we can be able to condone. Now, with some of those records going as far back as 10, 15 years, some of them have been destroyed, and some of them would have been destroyed through our floods, which then makes it difficult for Provincial Treasury to then do that condonation for us and complete the task and exercise, which makes it then difficult, Chair. But as far as the processes of a condonation with us showing consequence management, with us stopping the process as the department, we have stopped those processes.
Sorry, Chair.
So who's that?
Lugwani.
Lugwani, yeah.
Yes, my apologies, Chair. I'm a bit worried the way in manner in which you are running the meeting. Of course, I'm not here to determine how the meeting must run. But ordinarily, after the presentation of the department, should be us who will then lead with a number of questions, and then the chairperson will come after. You know, I'm just raising this issue, Chair, not that the issues we are raising are not genuine or not warranted. I'm just worried about that.
Yeah, no, Honourable Gnogwani, I do understand that. I did ask members if they had questions, and there were no questions at the time, so I started asking my questions. Look, I'll wind up and then I'll come back in later, but just safe to say, if members go and order the contractors on the regular expenditure sheet, they'll see my concerns. There are large clusters of contractors, and we're just very concerned about the consequence management. The last thing I just want to say on this is the issue of, so we work with the SIU, okay, and the SIU gave us a presentation right in the beginning where they noted, and I don't think you have sight of this, but they noted around about 50 disciplinaries that were referred to the Department of Transport. 50 disciplinary matters. We can provide that to you, and I really, and it's very detailed. It's the people's names, the exact contract, what went wrong, etc., etc. I think SCOPA is going to need a report back from you on this particular. Kabo, will you get this list to the Department of Transport? Specifically, a report back on each of these disciplinary matters that were referred to you by the SIU, and the SIU have not received any response back from the department. Okay, so I will step back. Who would like to ask questions? I've got Honourable Magubane. Honourable Magubane, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
Yes, Chair, that's why I was raising that issue.
Okay, sorry, no, that's fine. All right, so I have your hand. Then I've got Honourable Madlopa. I don't see any other hands at the moment. Honourable Naya. And the MEC. Out of respect, let the MEC come in first, and then we'll go to...
I don't have a problem. No, I don't have a problem, Chair. I was just going to cite the principles on that contract of 2,800, but it will be better that I come trouble when all the members have asked, so that I will start responding, then the technocrat. Just like the issue of SIU as a form of principle it is the executive authority that is cited and starting with the process, so, because it's unfair in some instances on the reference of dealing direct with the technocrats when it comes to some, because the majority of those things were the top management. But I will want to come and respond in some of the issues. Probably members might be asking your similar sentiments, so that I will cover the length and breadth of the principle. Then I'll let the HOD and CFO just to cover what will be left out of my response.
Thank you, MEC. All right, so let me start with Honourable, the order is Honourable Magubane, Honourable Glumwane, Honourable Matlopa, then Honourable Naya. Any others? No. You got that order. Okay, great, fantastic. Honourable Magubane, please carry on.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the department, the acting HOD, and the CFO, and the DDGs, and the director. The audit report highlights the regression in the performance of the department. Specifically on the two programs that we've been measured on. We do get the understanding when it comes to the transport operations, why there's a problem there, pertaining the issue of learner transport and the one you have mentioned of the bus subsidy contracts that were brought in from national. But to give us clarification or to put us at ease or on the issue of the transport operations, what contracts are the ones that were brought by national that you say they are somehow there's irregularity on them, so that we can get an understanding? Maybe the previous members who were in the sixth term, they know about them, they have clarity on them. But on this seventh administration, some of us don't have a clear understanding on what's happening on those bus subsidy contracts that you believe that they've got an effect on the outcomes of the audit opinion when it comes to the transport operations part. We do have an understanding as part of the members that I'm sitting on transport committee. I do understand very well the one of learner transport, but I think that's a question I raised as well on the transport committee. What is the intervention of the finance or the treasurer when it comes to learner transport? So far, what is the update that the department has got at hand to attend to that issue of learner transport? Because it's much believed that the allocation is far lesser than the expenses that are incurred by that operation. So what is the response from the finance department, so that the committee as well can also intervene based on the understanding that the allocation is much lower than what the expenses are on that part? We do understand that one, but you've not been measured on that alone. The problem sits with infrastructure as well. But if the problem sits with infrastructure under Program 2, but then at the same time, when the Auditor General's report will tell us that there's no consequence management because the department failed to give proven disciplinary records on officials that seemingly to be always not following the key legislations on the processes, on the operations of the department, then that's where the problem is, acting HOD and CFO. If then you're going to have infrastructure operations regressing from the standard that it received in the previous year, And then at the same time, the consequence management seems to be not moving for 3 consecutive terms, financial terms. There is no proven record still that the consequence management, it is being implemented in order to avoid these issues. Why I will say so, because like the Bosman Bridge, we did go there physically. And it was very much clear that there is no proper oversight on the projects that are taking place in our province. That's why you will receive these results when you're being measured under Program 2. So convince us now, acting HOD and the CFO, what proper measures, not the paper presentation model, what proper measures is the department embarking on so that you can avoid the issue of projects that are not being complete, 1, in time, 2, they are stagnant, some they are just not moving. It's due to the oversight. Yes, there is a director who looks after that. Nkosi is here. He can respond as well, because that is his department in terms of operations. It's his unit. So what proper measures that the department needs to implement physically to ensure that the programs that are under operation, there is improvement. You also highlighted the issue that you're trying to get systems as well that will be controlling the process of invoices. But even if you don't have those ones, I don't believe you do have a system that controls the implementation and the improvement on projects. Because if then you don't have those systems in place, then you'll be always seemingly to be failing just because you don't have systems. There is one part that you have mastered of statements, financial statements. That means you are good on bookkeeping. CFO. It's not about paperwork only. You have done that part. That means you can be able to account when it comes to the financials. That's good. We do want to see that you can be able to account when you are being asked about the finances. But now the implementation part, it's a joint operation with your work. You cannot only just balance books. The implementation is very crucial in the department. Why are the projects having this picture on the report of AG? What has been brought by Nkosi's office that will be implemented, properly implemented, so that we won't have these issues? Because the other one of the transport operations, we can not exactly to put it on the side. We do need a clarification as to how far you are on attending to it. But the infrastructure one, you need to give us, you need to convince us, give us clear, proper implementation that you can put in process in order to attend to these issues. Although as well, Chair, we know that the MSCs has got a lot of work to do outside. But it's very good that we know he's on platform, Umtombeni. But Umtombeni, it's good when we are here physically, SCOPA, ubekhona nawe. Siphendulane nje kahle, sibekane kahle ukuthi siphuma sibheka phi masisuka la. Because the issue is for us to go physically and ensure that projects has got improvements. And ensure that whoever who needs to oversee and ensure that the project it's completed does his job. You have mentioned on your report, it's shown as well on the AGs, that the irregular expenditure, it comes from 3 billion from 2022 to 1.6 billion the following financial term. Now it's sitting on 1.3. 1.3 billion is still a huge amount. It's still a huge amount. Although there is improvement on cutting it down, but it is still a huge amount. Then what dominates this 1.3 billion? Is it invoices that are paid over 30 days from the regional projects or from the projects that are monitored regionally? Or is it projects that are monitored in the provincial office? Because now we need to get an understanding as well as to where the lack is. Are these projects that are dominating to these accounts paid over 30 days coming from regional offices, or so that we can see where the issue is? Who's not monitoring these processes? Is it you in the provincial office, or is it the behavior in the regional managers in the districts? What dominates this amount of irregularity when it comes to expenditure? What dominates it? Who's dominating it? So that we can be able now to put it in line as to where to go to going forward. Now the department, in terms of representation, it looks promising. There's a woman now in front. There's a youth now on the second top position. There's experienced ones at the back line. It looks promising, the picture. But now let's implement, let's put measures. If then the report will tell us that we don't put measures, then you are now actually going to fail yourselves. So give us then, convince us, give us answers based on that as to what is it exactly happening in the department. Thanks.
Let's go to Honorable Glongwane on the platform.
No, thank you so much. Of course, I'm not going to deliver a speech like Honorable Makubane. Greetings to Honorable MEC as well as the team from the department and honorable members. I think just a few questions or even comments. I think the first one is with regards to the supply chain. I think we've been briefed in the morning that there were no issues that were picked up by the AG with regards to any supply chain related issues. I think that is good, and I think you must be applauded for that. And I think if you continue in that area, in the turnaround is close. So I think that for me was a good plus. I think the one area you've regressed also, amongst other just few, would have been the asset management. You know, as you were also presenting, in particular on the movable assets. I'm aware that you lost some few yellow plant in the period under review. Probably the question would therefore be, what are your plans? I mean, practical plans to ensure that those movable assets are not are well protected. The other issue relates to the financial management controls. I think it has been raised yourselves. I think CFO, you have raised that issue. Probably if you can just give us briefly what plans are in that. The major issue relates to poor contract and project management. Hence, some of the projects you will find that they overrun the budget. You find that they are overspent, but they are not complete. I think probably if you can give us also in that level what plans do you have in terms of the both contract and project management to increase or to ensure that they are there are plans in place? We were briefed about the P242 that had spent. That's an example of the contract and project management. Of course, goes together with issues of budget management. Because if the contract and the project management is not in line appropriately, then there will be issue that affects budget. But otherwise, Chair, thank you so much for the information that we've been given. I think the department, if they develop, because in the last financial year, I remember that we were looking at very positive outcomes. I think HOT CFO, we would like to return into those where we are seeing very positive audit outcomes. And I think your internal auditor or auditing must be, and I think that's why your supply chain issues are looking quite good, because they are proactive in their nature. But otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Glugwana. Right now, we'll now move to...
What a long speech, Chair, from Glugwana.
Okay. Let's keep the team together. Right, Honourable Matlopa.
Good afternoon, Chair, colleagues, Honourable MEC. Good afternoon, as well as the acting head of department and your entourage, Siyakbulisa. Chair, I want to say that on the report that has been presented by the Auditor General, there has been a concern in regard of the implementation of recommendations for previous years. And then they talk about the culture, that it has become a culture. What I want to check in regard to that, what assurance can the department give us to say that that culture that has been reported and the concern by the Auditor General, we are not going to get the same reports in the incoming years? I know that the acting HOD is really new, but ma'am, sorry for that. But if we are taking a leadership position, it's a package. You take good and bad things. You have to deal with it. So it is important for us, because as you come and acting, you must really understand our expectations and understanding. So the first question is that, what is it that the department is going to do differently to deal with the concern of the Auditor General in regard to the implementation of the recommendations? I heard when the CFO was doing the presentation, said we have done with all the recommendations, but the report that we got from the Auditor General is that there is ongoing concern in regard to that. Secondly, Chair, our understanding is that Section 38(1)(c), Roman figure 2 of the Act requires that accounting officers or any other official who is assigned with a similar responsibility should take effective measures to prevent irregular expenditure. The intention of that is to ensure effective and efficient expenditure of government departments. It's not only the head of department and all other people that are assigned to do similar work have to account in regard to the work that they have done. So we are saying this, Honorable Chair, because in regard to consequence management, the AG has found that sufficient evidence was not provided to confirm disciplinary steps taken for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. What we want to check how many officials are currently under investigation in regard to that or disciplinary action related to financial misconduct, and at what stages are these processes for those if they have been found or that they have dealt with them. How will the department ensure that future reports of the Auditor General include verifiable evidence of actions taken? Are there any repeat offenders amongst officials previously implicated in SCM or expenditure-related transgression? So we want to check because we want to deal with the issue of accountability. Because if there is no accountability in the department, it will mean to say that we'll have a repeat findings or repeat offenders that will do it without any accounting to the department of what they have done. Chair, also there is an issue, I think the colleagues have raised the issue of the infrastructure and the issue of the performance. The Auditor General was presenting here, they point to the performance regression, also around the asset management going forward, but also around the issue of infrastructure. One of the concerns of the Auditor General was that the planning, a part of it, is a problem. You will find that there is a planning for that year that will be implemented in some years to come. Let me say maybe after three years, you know, that it has been identified that this infrastructure must be done and so on. When it is done, you will find that there is an increase in regard to budget because of the late implementation of the budget. But it brings me to the question of the issue of the performance, because Program 2 and Program 3, there has been an indication of 50% performance on Program 2 and 57%. You have also in your presentation indicated that. But what we want to establish is the fact that whilst you have achieved 50%, but the budget has been concluded for the same projects, you know, that you have not completed, which raises some concern to say that because you haven't finished the project, where is the budget? Where are you going to get the budget to complete it? And what made it? Is it part of delays in regard to the implementation of the identified project that has made that you have finished the budget? That is a question. And the other one is around the issue of the accruals. I think when the Auditor General was dealing with the issue of accruals, I think also Honorable MEC did talk to the issue of accruals. But accruals is not a good thing, because accruals, it means to say that when you get into new financial year, you have got also started to have a deficit. You go with deficit in the new financial year, because the accruals that we are doing, you pay it in the following financial year, which is a problem. What one want to check is how are you going to prevent these accruals, because it affects the new financial year budget, which may also be part of the project, not to finish the projects. Before you finish the project, the budget is finished already because of these accruals that are taking place. What we want to know is that what is it that we are planning to do? And I go back to what the colleague has asked as a question, the issue that the colleagues was asking in regard to the issue of the budget constraint, we all understand. The minister, the MEC has indicated that even in the learner transport, they are having challenges that they are having. But what we are not sure is whether the Treasury, there has been a discussion and make the Treasury understand the challenge in regard to the issue of learner transport, because I think the Department of Transport is just a service provider for the Department of Education. But when everything goes wrong, they become responsible for the failures that in regard to payment of those people that are transporting the children, or in regard to the failure to really include the new learners that require transport. And when we make the MEC account, he account on something that is beyond his control sometimes. So I think maybe if the department have engaged, but I think because the MEC is on visual platform, will share with us whether they have presented this challenge to Treasury, discuss, or in the cabinet, and what is the cabinet's view in regard to this challenge, especially in regard to the learner transport going forward. The other issue, Honorable Chair, is the claim, the claim of 9.5 billion claims against the department in regard to contingency liabilities that, according to Treasury, according to the Auditor General, threatens the financial stability of the department. And we were told that the department has not budgeted for these liabilities, meaning that any future settlements will have a huge funds, will have eaten to the budget of the department on the projects that have been planned for. Because when it comes with a demand that it must be paid. It must be paid. So my question is, what are your future plans in regard to having future plans in regard to these contingency or unexpected issues that come to the department and eat on it for the future now? Because you can see that it came when the department was not ready for it going forward. Do you have a plan now to say, if you have, although I'm asking that question, you know, I feel that I don't know if you have a plan, where are you going to get a budget? But I'm asking because the plans are the one that you use, even if you request a budget going forward, to say, this is our plan, but this is a challenge that we are having. Do we have a plan to budget for contingency plan that may happen in the department? Let me stop there, Chair, because on the assets register, Chair, we were told by Auditor General that there has been discrepancy around the calculations of the assets. It can be movable and immovable assets. They said the difference is made by the spreadsheet that the department is using. I don't know what the department is using a spreadsheet before. Now there is GIS. what is the difference, why there is a difference in the calculation of the both. Maybe if you can share with us, because we are not familiar on how a spreadsheet calculates vis-a-vis the GIS. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Okay, let's go to Honourable Mbata. Honourable Naya was next, then I'll come to you. Honourable Naya? I'm going to Honourable Naya first, then to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Honourable MEC, members of the SCOPA Committee and the HOD in your department. I think that colleagues have covered most of the issues, so I'm not going to repeat those issues. But I did have an issue with regards to the budget spent and the achievement. However, I note that there has been an improvement in this area. And so well done to the department on the improvement in this area. And we hope that this improvement continues. The issue I'd like to raise, though, is with regards to the ICT systems. A lot of money, 190 million rands was spent on Opus and 196 million rands on Primavera systems, both underutilized and decommissioned early. Now, why were these costly systems not fully implemented? And what recovery or corrective measures are underway in terms of the ICT systems? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Naya. Honourable Mbata.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC. Mthombe sabona MEC la ukhona. Endaweni yakho la uphole khona. Thanks, Chairperson. I thought the MEC is there. Firstly, thanks for the report to the department. But before, because I've few questions, Chairperson. But I have a first question to the HOD. HOD, through you, Chair, in terms of the PFMA, you serve as an accounting officer. Well, in this case, as an acting accounting officer, meaning the ultimate custodian of both financial integrity and institutional performance. Now, in your view, how do you define leadership in this context? I'm not asking as an administrator only, but as an ability to inspire accountability, drive transformation, and ensure that the department's expenditure translates into visible service for our people. That's the first question. Can I have the HOD answer that? Then I'll continue with my questions. Thanks.
Chair, can we proceed as usual so that we'll respond promptly, if possible? Honourable Mbata can take all the questions, because this, although this sounds like now we're in a commission as opposed to SCOPA, if the direct answer is on the accountability of the HOD, I'm just going to enter on those issues. Can we be allowed, Chair, to come and respond to all the matters?
MEC, I do on occasion allow members to ask questions back and forth, and I will allow it in this case. He just wants to ask one question to the HOD, get a response, and then can you just give us all your questions? And then we will allow the MEC to start with the responses and let the officials also respond. Is that okay? All right, thank you. So HOD, can you answer that first question, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Honourable Member. Yes, indeed, the Public Finance Management has got sections that talks to the responsibility of the HOD. One of the things that I have undertaken to ensure that what is provided in the responsibility of the HODs are undertaken. We've got a very huge department, Chairperson, which has got infrastructure and regions. And in all these areas, we've got employees dealing with finance, employees dealing with infrastructure. And we've got e-management that is under the HOD. One of the things that I've noted, Chairperson, is that there should be constant communication within the department and management, so that all what is happening here, every employee has knowledge of the same. Two, I think when you look at the Department of Transport, it's a service delivery department. So we've got our communities and designated groups, and it needs to ensure that, because even the management, senior management, they are accountable. That is why they sign responsibility managers in terms of the PFMA. E-leadership, Chairperson, you lead with the people. I believe in ensuring that there is constant communication, there's constant reporting. As I have indicated that on every Friday, we do have such meetings. We have developed something called a war room, other than the reports in terms of the management meetings. I think it's the need for you to lead the people. You must work with them. You must travel where they are traveling, so that you are in the position of identifying things that might go wrong in the near future. You know, there is, as I've said, it's a very big department. There is irregular expenditure because it has got a very high number. Besides the labor, we have a consultancy that looks into the investigations, so that to try and speed up the issue of implementing consequence management. Because when you look into it, I think when the CFO was explaining that we've got very old cases, Chairperson, dating back 2800 it's a very planned higher provision for the infrastructure. And also we've got Ovuguzaki. That was a policy that came before the provisions of the PFMA. It kept on being amended to the effect that we needed to cancel it. And we replaced this empowerment program with a program that is in line with the Constitution and also the infrastructure programs and prescripts. So I would say it's involving everybody and ensuring that you have insight of what is going on in the department. I think let me leave it there.
Thank you, HOD. Honourable Mbata, let's just continue with your questions.
Thank
then
you.
I've got Honourable Dirks, and then I think we'd like to get responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thanks, HOD. I'm covered. Some of the things that I wanted to ask, they are just in the answer that you've given me. And besides, Chairperson, one of the failures of each and every department is the senior management. So these questions, the MEC will bear with us. We need to ask them, not that we want to expose anything, but we have to get a full understanding. Now, my question is on the issue of consequence and asset management. This question has been asked several times here, but your audit shows recurring failures in consequence management with insufficient evidence of disciplinary action and ongoing weaknesses in asset control, leading to theft. Given these repeated findings year after year, can you state by name and designation which senior officials have been disciplined or dismissed and what structural reforms have been implemented to guarantee this will not appear again in the 2025-26 audit? And then the last question goes to, it's almost the same question, but in different form. The AGSA confirms there is no evidence of disciplinary action for irregular and wasteful expenditure, despite SIU referrals. Can you, as an accounting officer, name a single official who has been dismissed, charged, or supercharged in the last 12 months? Or are we operating in a system where consequence management is ceremonial? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Honourable Dirks.
Thank you,
Chairperson. We'll
Chairperson.
get responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have no question for the department. I also have no questions for the MEC. However, I do have one question for you, Chairperson. Maybe you can answer at the end of the meeting. Chair, I was out, and when I came in here, I was a bit confused if I'm in a SCOPA meeting, because I was hearing members asking questions, and I was not getting any answers from the officials. And you know how you have set your SCOPA meetings, where a member will ask questions until he's finished. We interrogate in this meeting. In this committee, we interrogate officials. We ask questions, give us an answer, we question your answer to interrogate your answer to get to the bottom of things. So it's very in-depth here. And that is very, very useful on Honourable Chairperson. Now, when I came in, it was like a committee meeting here, because people are asking questions. And when at the end of the day, you get a general response for all these questions that has been asked, which is not very, very helpful. So I don't know what people decided when I was outside, but I'd prefer if we stick in future to how we conduct SCOPA meetings. Also, maybe for the sake of time, if it was for the sake of time, perhaps, Chair, you can allocate to different members, different portfolio committees. So if transport come, we know 2 or 3 members only ask questions to transport people. If it's SCOPA, if it's COCTA, only 2 or 3 members. So not all of us will speak in a meeting. They're specialized. Members will specialize on different committees. So if the time is the problem, then we don't have to all, because the members have asked questions. No need for me to ask questions here to the transport department. Maybe if we had 3 members for each committee, or 2 members per committee, and then it will deal with time, but it will go in depth. That member will focus. Maybe if we just want clarity, we can just chip in and ask clarity, but maybe we should look at it doing it that way, because we can't ask questions like this here, and at the end you get a response. That is no response we're going to get. Thank you very much.
Well, Dirks, you hit it spot on the head. It was because of time, and there were so many questions. But I hear what you're saying, and I would love to see a situation where members put their hand up and say, I would like to focus on this department. And the way we used to do it in the NA would be very helpful. But at the same time, members, and also none of the members today indicated, other than Honourable Mbata, that they wanted an answer immediately. But yes, that is our norm. But I was just trying to balance the two. And none of the members also indicated that they wanted a response immediately. But members, please, you know the questions you've asked. If the answers are inadequate, please then I will ask you to press the point again. Okay, I'm going to ask the department for responses, but MEC, I know that you'd like to come in because there's some high-level issues you'd like to deal with. MEC, with all the greatest respect in the world, and you know I mean that, obviously your officials must be accountable. So I ask that you maybe respond to issues that are high-level, but please allow the officials to account for the work that they're responsible for, because at the end of the day, they are the accounting officer and not yourself. So MEC, if you'd like to just come in on some topics that are high level, and then we'll go to the officials. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Chair, for granting, and I understand exactly, and thank you to the members. I don't know whether, Chair, they wanted the members to brief. There is a bereavement at home. I lost my younger brother in the family, so that is why I could not be here physically. So we did share that with the leadership, but it's okay.
We are very sorry to hear that, Honourable MEC, and we certainly wish you all the best and our deepest condolences. I'm sure I'll speak on behalf of the committee.
Thank you so much, Chair, but we'll continue and work. I just wanted to highlight, because, Chair, you started nicely with the background, which is why I was emphatic in the overall. I don't know, I'm not good with the synopsis, I have to put it in English, but in isiZulu there is something that say, udla ifa adla nezikweletu, but loosely translated that who inherit the department must be accountable for everything. I'm also responsible for what happened probably in 94, yet I was not there. I was responsible for something that took place 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So that is why I'm saying that you were browsing through on the principal matter and the history of the irregular expenditure, but started in particular intrinsic details of the 2018 when the cross-cutting measures had to be applicable at that particular time. And in that financial year, you'll find that already in the year, probably let's say 10.8 billion as the appropriation for transport. After the cross-cutting measures, it means that the budget that were there had already been committed, then you had to cut in the middle of the term. So things started going pear-shaped. So as a matter of principle. By the way, Chair, for the record, I don't know whether you were alerted that the HOD or acting HOD has been with the department for the last 20 years as the Director General. So the TTG knows and is responsible in a strategic area around the corporate. She's a lawyer by profession. So I don't say that you must be softer when it comes to her. She's equal to the task and she must just deal with some of the issues. And I'm glad the members are seeing the improvement on the issue of how we do things, which is why that at a strategic level, it is us internally, inwardly looking for us that if there are matters on the issue of infrastructure, for instance, in March this year, we held a meeting where we invited all the contractors that are not performing well on the ground and with them make them account. We have terminated already some of them who does not have the capacity. And unfortunately, what does not reflect well in the report as well, Chair, is that you might find that the Brettenburg holding company has CITP 8 on paper. Then they will be afforded or given the project value of 70 million. In real term, when they must go on the ground for mobilization of resource and set up, it really shows that in fact they just cook the booking. They don't have the 13 million floating in the budget. It was just the IDP gave them that as a result of fraudulent activities. And unfortunately, the professional body that deals with construction company is the CITP. We rely upon them, and you'll find that they have a tacit strategy of even cooking even the capacity in some instances. We have found that and we've dealt with them and we've even blacklisted some of those. So I thought I must say, when it comes to the issue of consequence management at a principal level, you might have seen that historical on the issue of SIU, yes, it was acted, and I'm sure the acting HOD, because it's in the corporate, will in the future come and give you the detailed analysis that these are the cases that we have, these are ongoing, these have been finalized, because it was not given before that, so that she does not thumbs up, but she gives you the fair analysis. Other than that, I think all the questions are fair that are coming from the members, and we are going to improve from these processes. As I've already told the members that we invited Auditor General that they must not come at the end of financial year and check post-mortem, but they must be with us from the first inception of Q1 up to the last day of Q4 so that it becomes easier. That is why we have improved. That is why we've got unqualified audit. That is why even the findings are not as many as it used to be when we were getting the qualified. So let me just pause there, Chair, and thank you for affording me this opportunity so that we allow the committee and the department to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Right, HOD, over to you. You have the raft of questions in front of you. You and your team may now respond, please. And members, please, hang on to your questions if they're not answered. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought let me just qualify the last question, Honorable Umbata, regarding the list and the names of transgressors and what has happened. As MEC had indicated, I was going to plead with the committee. We do have cases. They are forensic cases that are done through the Office of the Premier. We've got matters that are done by SIU and other disciplines. We deal with those matters in committee. So that means if he's in a meeting, we will deal with them separately. But I do have the data of those, and it indicates when did they start, what has happened, where the case is. So that can be shared with the members. It's got, yeah, maybe I'll just let me leave it there, because I don't want to think, okay, I've presented this case, and I will not be giving the correct picture of what the honorable member is looking for. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you again, Honorable Chairperson. I will also answer more questions that were put through by the members, and where any have been left out, I'm sure my colleagues will be able to fill in a gap on what is missing. Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair. Please, maybe before the CFO comes in, I want to check whether the HOD is saying he's going to give us the report and the breakdown of what I've asked in regard to the consequence management, number of people and so on and so on. Because when I was asking, I asked for officials that are currently under investigation or disciplinary, and then I continue. If you are saying you're going to bring, he added, Honorable Mbata, but I don't hear you saying you have the breakdown as I asked. Is this the report that you'll be getting?
That's correct. I'm sorry about that. Remember, the investigation that has got...
Sorry, HOD, this comes back to my exact point that I was making. We asked for this report specifically when we wrote to you in preparation of this. So I think Honourable Madloba is making a very important point. We need a detailed report, not a vague report. So unless you have it here, or you can read it out to us, but we certainly want that report in writing. We need to see details of consequence management. Thank you, HOD. Please carry on.
I wanted to say, no, let's give her an opportunity, as we requested before, to give us the details of the number of officials and what stages are they in and so on, because really we'll be ambushing her if we say she must answer now.
Honourable Matlopa,
I was asking because the chair, when he was opening, indicated that we requested that report. And also when the chair said we must comment, I raised those questions specifically in details around that matter. But I think, Chair, it's fair that we give them the opportunity to come back to us. Thanks.
Honourable Matlopa, you're 100% correct. I'm just trying to make the point that I think departments must take SCOPA seriously. When we write a letter to them saying, please, in preparation for the hearing, you must bring A, B, C, D, we expect that. And unfortunately, that report has not come. And we even gave them a template, Honourable Madlopa, to say, look, do it like this. Then it'll be acceptable to us. So I'm just disappointed when our requests are not adhered to. But yes, of course, HOD will give you the space to get that to us. Can we say within the next 2 weeks, please? Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. And again, I would like to highlight that we do take this committee very seriously and we respect it at the highest level, Chair. Chair, Honourable Makubane had asked the question on the number of contracts that are inherited from National for AMAPA subsidies, which are continuing to give us a problem when it comes to irregularity. We've got 22 bus contracts that we inherited from National Treasury, which are currently ongoing. A matter has been reserved for a judgment, and under those contracts, Chair, by order of a judge, we have been ordered to continue providing those services. And taking into cognizance Section 38, as you've highlighted, we under a court judgment where we cannot run away from. But we are very hopeful that a judgment will be in our favor, and we would then be able to put a stop to those irregular contracts and continue with a process that will be in favor of a department. Chair, on the issue of scholar transport and the interventions required, we have had several meetings with Provincial Treasury where the MEC was also present for transport. MEC for Treasury was also present to MEC Rogers, together with the HOD was the Treasury, and myself, where we were discussing the issue of a funding where also Elena Transport came into play, where I do believe that also there was a directive issued that both MECs need to sit and find a solution, including MEC Education. They need to come together and find a solution on the issue of Elena Transport, because as we said, a budget that was allocated to a department was 364 million rand for the year, which again, honorable members, got depleted at the end of August. And our current projected expenditure, we're looking at 675 million rands, which we need, which is then in the shortfall of the 320 million that we were highlighting, Honorable Chair. What it then does to us, and even explained with HOD was the Treasury, is that it puts a department between a rock and a hard place, if I had to put it that way, where they are saying to us, show a projection of the over expenditure. We would then show a projection of the over expenditure as we've done right now of 312 million. But how it gets interpreted when we go to committees, it's as if a department intentionally wants to go and overspend on its provided budget, where it will look bad when we show that over expenditure, because the next questions that we would then be expecting from members is, what are you then doing to reduce the over expenditure? And they said this to us with the hope that funding might then become available in the adjustment estimates. But when I say to them, make a commitment to the department to say, what is the Treasury doing to ensure that we get a funding, even if it's an indication of how much we can get, so that we can start planning around it. You don't then get a definite answer in terms of what will then be provided to a department, which then means while we are saying that we are going to show over expenditure of 312 million rand, on hindsight, we are starting to plan as to which infrastructure projects we're not going to do, or we're going to hold back, or we're going to have a challenge with, which again hampers the service delivery. And again, we're going to come back here to our members where we will have expenditure on projects with unfinished projects. And you will then have again an issue of 50% versus 100% expenditure, because if you stop a project at a particular stage, you then have more challenges with the issues of the reporting. Again, Chair, with that being said, I would just like to highlight, if I'm going to skip slightly, on how that then affects our reporting when it comes at year end in terms of our project. On infrastructure, we are required to do a output when certain measures have been met. When AMA road markings have been done, when certain furniture has been put up in terms of AMA road signs and all of those things. And before those can be put up, you cannot then report that road as complete when you deal with it under infrastructure terms, which means then you may have a situation where you had an order for 100 million. You are showing 99 million rands expenditure. All that is missing is a million rands line marking for you to then have an output. You would then have a situation where you would have 99% spent with no output, but you would find if you go and look at the physical asset that was being built, a road would be there. So I'm not saying, Chair, I'm making excuses for the 50% and 100%, but these are some of the challenges that we encounter, and I'm sure we can be able to show. There are also, Chair, challenges that are then being faced with poor performance on AMA contractors. And again, it goes to the question asked by Honorable Makwan, where he said that what proper measures are being put in place to prevent incomplete projects. UAG has raised this. We've got 4 performance questions that were raised when it comes to this. And we have taken them very seriously on the issues that they've raised in terms of the performance. One of the issues that we have discussed with the transport infrastructure is the issue of project management, where we've seen what we are lacking as a department. We've got AMA technicians that we've given AMA titles of AMA project managers, but when you look at the type of work that they're supposed to be doing, you then get to understand what most of them don't even understand a project management as a whole. Hence, UTDTs has then come back and said, let us look at then creating a capacity for project managers, a person that will know a project from start, keep a proper project file, ensure that a proper monitoring is being done. When expenditure is being made, it's being made against accurate quantities. They are claiming for work actually done on the ground. They keep those proper files. If there are any variations to a contract, those are properly recorded and minuted and they're kept on a proper file. If there are any changes to a scope of works, you get the proper authorizations and approvals that need to be done. If there are any penalties that are to be incurred, they get processed and recorded in a proper manner so that we keep a proper record of all of our contracts. And that is where we are admitting that during this audit, we found that shortfall and we are wanting to put in, or we have put in, turnaround measures to address that shortfall when it comes to our project management, to ensure that our projects actually perform as they should. One of the examples that we've made to our engineers, where we've taken them to task on some of them, we've said to them, look, we've got contractors that have contracts with the department and you've got contractors that have contracts with the SANRAL. You go on to the N3, it took them about 4 years to complete, I think it's 8 lanes of traffic, and they've done that within 4 years, and they've done a very good job. But you come to a department, the very same consultant and very same contractor will take 10 years to complete a project of a similar nature, where you're only dealing with 2 lanes. We've taken them to task to say it's not acceptable. For us, they're giving us a lesser standard than they would with USANRAL because they get penalties implemented onto them. And we've started enforcing that. And case in point, Chair, is where we have recently set up a debt of 56 million rand against a professional service provider who went against the instruction of the department to show that we're taking this seriously, because I think it's high time that they come to learn and understand that it shouldn't just be business as usual where they neglect their duties where they've been appointed by department. So we have started with that. We're putting measures in place. We've also reduced significantly the number of variation orders that come through to a department. I mean, in the last year, I think we've only approved about 1 or 2 variation orders to the value of 50 million rand, where we're taking them to task and we're saying as a department, we're not approving these variation orders because you're not giving us valid reasons why we should be adding on money to our projects that you're not finishing. And some of these have raised elements of even AMA investigations, where UTDG Unkosi have raised a couple of investigations on these, where when we call them to task and say, show us why you need the additional funding, it then becomes difficult and they start pointing fingers at each other. So we are ensuring that we want to take this very seriously and have these project files in place so that even when the AG comes, it doesn't take us 10 days or 20 days to produce a project file when they ask us a simple question, which is shortfalls that we have realized as a department, but we are planning on making a change and making sure that we do it so that we have an improvement on our projects. We keep the issue of poor project management, and we ensure what we are doing is currently correct. And yes, on the issue of 1.3 billion rand, which what dominates the 1.3 billion rand, it's both under transport infrastructure and transport operations with bus subsidies and some of these infrastructure projects that have come through, where on some of them we have then put a stop to them and said, this we're no longer continuing with, but we've got the expenditure that then falls behind as a leg when it comes to that. Chairperson, then came an issue from Honorable Lungwane on the issue of asset management, and we did note comments that were made to the department in terms of our performance. But on the asset management, Chair, and the prevention of a theft of a plant, again, through Office like DDG, when this was raised, I think it was a shortfall on our part. In the previous years, it was always assumed a piece of equipment would be safe if kept endlini enkosi. where they would safeguard, and there were no issues of armor thefts when it came to those. But over the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen a huge spike in terms of the theft of a plant, I would assume because people have become more interested in construction of the lower grades, and they've opted to rather steal than buy a plant, and where it looked easier for getting a planted department. But again, what we've done through engagement with the Office like DDG and through finance, we have again said, let us look at AMA options of when a plant is going out to the most rural of areas and you don't have a place to keep them. There would always be AMA offices, either of social development, there will always be either a school, there will always be either a health facility that is close by, because upgrader will not be able to drive for 40 kilometers. It will take them 2 to 3 hours. They get there, they only do an hour's work and they come back, which then will be wasteful. But we're looking at options if they are going out. Let us try and negotiate either with the Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Social Development, or which we can then safeguard that equipment, because we are all one government, and they would have a provision of security within those places to ensure a safeguarding of that. So those are the options that we are currently pursuing to ensure a safeguarding of equipment. Safe to say, some of these equipments are taken from our yards at gunpoint. Where there have been hijackings, and there have been instances where it then become an armed robbery, which unfortunately there's nothing much that we can do when it comes to those. But where we can, and to safeguard and ensure that we comply with the legislation, those are the measures that we're looking at, where we will then be ensuring we then talk to the other departments to assist us with the safeguarding and keeping of this equipment, so that at least we know that we would have taken preventative measures on the safeguarding of these. Chair, then on the issue of poor performance, again, we have taken a look at our risk appetite as a department, where we've been having our risk meetings with our chief risk officer, where some of these have also been highlighted again, and AMA actions are being put into place together with the provincial treasury to ensure that we minimize the risks that arise from us not finishing our projects, the risks that arise from us not implementing consequence management, the risks that arise from us paying without ensuring what we get a value for money. So these have also been taken care of and are being covered, so that we also increase performance when it comes to those. Chair, on the issues that have been raised also by Honorable Malopa, we take the recommendations of AG very seriously again, where we try and ensure that whatever measures or whatever issues that they raise, we try and put it in a turnaround plan, so that we are then not found wanting when it comes to the issue of not implementing our recommendations by the AG, because as we said, you don't want to be on the wrong side of AG, because if you do not work together with them, it means we will not be assisting each other in getting an unqualified or eventually a clean audit. So if they feel at some point that we are not taking seriously their recommendations, it might mean in the very near future, they will see us as a department that does not listen, and straight away, even before we get anywhere, chances are we would get a qualified audit even before we start. So we have to take AMA issues that they raise very seriously, and we have to show to them and prove to them on a quarterly basis that we are implementing their recommendations, and we are serious about ensuring our working relationship together as well, and we prevent any future either discrepancies that may come up or any future irregularities that may arise when it comes to that. Chair, on the issue of the question that was raised by Honorable Naya, she did say that she has seen that we have increased our performance when it comes to a budget, which we are also wanting to ensure that we improve on that as well. But on the issue of spending on OPAS on Primavera, Chair, can we just please request that we provide a detailed report on those and to why those projects were stopped, and the issues that surrounded stopping of those two projects on OPAS and Primavera, because that information I don't have readily available at hand. Chair, on the issue of accruals, Honorable Malopa also raised this, and I do feel that in the sense that it was first raised by Treasury and by AG, I would admit there might have been a gap that might have been left in explaining into accruals and payables. Chair, with a department being ongoing concern, it would mean that if we have no accruals and payables at all at year end, come on 1st of April, it would mean there would be no invoices to pay, which means when we budget, then it means for April we have to budget for 0. But because transport is an infrastructure department, what we do is work would get done on March. Our measurements would probably get done around the 25th, 26th, 27th in terms of work done on the ground. And our invoices would only be submitted most likely from the 1st to the 10th of the following month, which means for us, there is no way that we can say we can avoid the issue of our accruals and payables at all. Even when you look at how Treasury requests some departments to do our cash flows, if you have to give Treasury a cash flow that says beginning of the year, how much you have 0, they would say, department, you're doing something wrong. That's why when you go to all departments, you would have a figure in terms of our cash flows on how much they're intending to spend on March. And I can assure you, Honorable Member, on infrastructure departments, majority of those invoices would be invoices for work done in the previous months. It would be very rare, or there would be a very small quantity when work would be done this month and an invoice would be received this month. I can also make an example on the security. Even for security companies where you might expect which would get an invoice on the same day, but they would give us their invoices at the end of the month, which means they would be paid then on the following month. So, Chair, I would just want to say that on the issue of transport per se as having no accruals and payables at year end, I would like to clarify for us it would be a bit difficult for us to say it would not happen if we are still on going concern. Chair, then there was also the issue of the 9.5 billion rand in contingent liabilities and the threat to the financial stability of a department. Any litigation that comes to a department becomes a threat to our budget because it means whether it's 10 rand, 1 million rand, or 9 billion rand, if we are then ordered to pay that amount of money, it reduces the amount of money that then gets to be spent on service delivery. And that is why we also take this very seriously, and we have gone to a drive to say that if it means you put up the road signs where there are potholes, where I'm not saying potholes are good, but in the instance where you put up your road signs, you put up your warning signs where it needs to be slippery, you do whatever preventative measures that you can, you fix the roads on time, you repair the potholes on time. That is why we're taking it seriously, and we're embarking on a huge rehabilitation project where we're trying to improve the level of our network condition as it is currently. If I'm not mistaken, but Bob also will correct me, we were beginning of the year, I think we're sitting at 57% poor road quality in terms of our roads. Currently, as we stand, again, he'll stand to correct me, I think we're sitting at roughly 50%, which means there's a 7% improvement in terms of our network quality and how we have gone to maintain our roads due to the remedial measures that we've put up. So again, any litigation that comes through the department is a threat, no matter the value. And if tomorrow we had to wake up and someone had to say to us, transport, pay the 9.5 billion rand, unfortunately, I don't think even province has the money to bail us out, because it means that from that day on, when we are instructed to pay, we would have to shut our doors as a Department of Transport. And those are the unfortunate circumstances that we sometimes face. And as the case has been mentioned by MEC, it's one of those that were unfortunate that were started by someone else. But any other case that does arise from AMA liabilities, it does pose a challenge to a financial stability of a department. And any recovery plans that we would have to put in place are recovery plans that says fix our roads on time, make sure that maintenance is done on time, make sure that whatever it is that needs to be done to attend to our infrastructure, whether it's roads and bridges, is actually done on time to prevent any future litigations that we may have in the future. Chair, there was also an issue raised on the issue of the asset register between UGIS and a spreadsheet. Previously, e-network here too was done on a spreadsheet where we were reporting to AG, and there was a discrepancy between that spreadsheet and UGIS. And in the last financial year, I think we've managed to reconcile the spreadsheet that we'll be using to report on our immovable assets together with the GIS. I can comfortably say, Uti, as of this year, there is no difference between the spreadsheet that we're using and the GIS. And we have also implemented a system, transport infrastructure, which is IDMS Plus, which will assist us with maintenance, monitoring, and reporting of our infrastructure network. But I can safely say, Chair, even when AG comes back, there should be no discrepancy between a spreadsheet that we're using and GIS. Chair, I do believe that I have answered, if I'm not mistaken, all the questions that have been asked, and if there are some that have been left out, I would leave it to the members to maybe bring them up again. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, I think most have. Honourable Matlopa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thanks to the CFO for the responses that you have done, sir. But in regard to accruals, I want to take you to the report of the Auditor General. The one that we are explaining is not our concern. Our concern in regard to accruals is the fact that it's a risk pressure on government finances. The Auditor General said what they found when they were doing the audit is that there were delayed payments. Instances were identified whereby invoices were not paid within the required 30-day period. That's our concern. This is a government policy that entrepreneurs must be paid within 30 days. Because the implication of your failure as a department to pay them within 30 days is that their cash flow and the projects, to continue with the business will affect them. And that's why most of the entrepreneurs, you find that the business is no more there because of the failure of the government departments to pay them on time. Because you are in the government, you are the one that knows that the government policy says that it must be paid within 30 days. So if you say you can't, there is no way that you can avoid, but you can avoid failing to pay them within 30 days. What will be your comment on that one? Because the one that you responded to is not our really great concern if it is within 30 days. But if it is after, as the concern that was raised by Auditor General, listen what the Auditor General said, what they found. They said inadequate controls to accurately track the aging of received invoices for payment, including improved cash flow, forecasting align with approved procurement payment plans and monthly expenditure. That tracking of the invoices is the one that we are concerned with. What will be your plan going forward around that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chair, yes, even in our presentation, we did raise that any accruals and payables in excess of 30 days are indeed a problem. And as highlighted, we are intending on putting on a system to monitor and track. And we are acknowledging, Chair, that some of the causes of these invoices is not having a system to track and monitor, because on some of them, when you do ask our officials and it's time for a consequence management on why those invoices were not paid within 30 days, you would then get to find that it was given to a project manager who kept it in his cubby hole for 2 to 3 weeks before submitting it to a department, which is totally unacceptable. So we are trying to find a system, Chair, that will enable Lama service providers to be able to upload their invoices once AMA processes have been done, so that we can be able to pay them within 30 days. And yes, Chair, I would admit that in the context of any accruals and payables in excess of 30 days, they do place a financial pressure on the department if monitored correctly, and will lead to pressures that are unintended when it comes to spending of a department. Hence, we are taking it very seriously on that part, on all invoices in excess of 30 days, so that we reduce them. But with that being said, Chair, I would also like to highlight that the department has also improved from 95% to 97% of payments that were made within 30 days in the last financial year. So again, we are edging a step closer to getting to that 100% that we're hoping we will get to with implemented improved conditions. But we are emphasizing that those are the challenges we still have. Unfortunately, with the manual system, we'll have to pay it and take it as a department and take the hiding and go back to the drawing board and improve on that one, Chair. Thank you.
Just in relation to that, what are you doing in terms of credits and management? So when it's clear that you're going to pay a supplier late, are you reaching out to them? Is there some sort of management program being implemented that makes sure that you're talking to your creditors to try and avoid going to court?
Chair, fortunately, there have been instances where you've had some service providers that would complain directly to the CFO's office. Those I would take seriously. We would call meetings. If it includes transport infrastructure, there have been a couple of meetings that we've called with UTDG, and there have been a couple of meetings that have been called with the DTG transportations, where we would then give comfort to those service providers and would give it an assurance which we will be following up and making sure that their payments get made. But another unfortunate part, Chair, is that for those that never come to the office of the CFO, those then fall short of us being able to give them the assurance. And hopefully with the implementation of the system, we'll be able to track all invoices that come to the department and be able to communicate with service providers on time. But for those big ones that have come through, Chair, yes, we have attended to them and we have had meetings with those service providers.
Lopa?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks, CFO. You talk about the system. Have you started to implement that system that will assist in tracking, or is still an opinion? If yes, when is it going to start to that system to work, so that we prevent these accruals and failure in tracking of the invoices? You are saying that the system will really assist, but I'm not sure whether already is in operational or it's something that you are discussing in the department that you must use. That is my question. When is it starting to work? In the next financial year, are we assured that we are not going to have those accruals that are above 30 days invoices that are not paid?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Yeah, respond. Thanks.
Chairperson, we have had engagements with Vodacom where they have said they had a system whilst they were with us in a contract. We've interrogated it and we've found it's not suitable for the needs of a department. A green light of officially having a system, I think it was given to us as a department, or to me, if I can say so, through a CFO's forum about a month ago, to say that, look, departments, go and try and find systems that will assist you. So again, we've revived those talks to make sure which we are now in a process where we are getting a system outside of UPES as a financial system for provincial government. We are also looking at Ilogis. I think last week, Friday, if I'm not mistaken, through a risk audit meeting that we had a discussion with the director of IT, where we are looking at Logis, because we do know that some of the national departments use Logis, where we've tasked the new director of IT to say, go back and look at Logis. And there was also a recommendation that was made by Provincial Treasury to see if Logis won't work for a department as an accrual system for reporting for a department. So we are underway. Our specifications will be drafted hopefully before the end of November by IT in consultation with USITA if we need to go out on a new system and not use the currently existing Logis. where we are hoping we should then be able to get a service provider that will implement a system that would be custom to transport in terms of dealing with our infrastructure projects and our bus subsidies that we should be able to implement as a department. But yes, Chair, we are working on a system and working on getting one very soon. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honourable Magabani. Members, I just want to remind you that we have, Honourable Matlopa, I'll come to you.
Yes, no, I want to make
Honourable Matlopa, sorry, I'm on the floor.
The time frames, I'm checking on the time frames.
Okay.
Because the issue of the planning was also raised by Auditor General.
Yes.
If now we are saying there is a system, now it talks, it's not that there are systems. They are trying to have the time frame that they want to realize that vision that they are having as a department, because when they have a time frame, we will be in a position to hold them accountable. But if it is something that is just discussion and we don't know where it started, where it ended, we may have a challenge. Maybe just an estimation of the time frame, because the issue of planning was raised by Auditor General. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Honourable Magabani, please respond to that, but I'm going to take Honourable Magabani. Members, I just want to remind you that we've got sports, arts and culture at 2 o'clock. So, and we'd like to have some lunch in between. But Honourable Magabani, please, if you'd like to ask your question. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. It's not basically a question. That's why I was saying convince us. Somehow we are convinced that you know the problems. Because sometimes we've got an issue, Chair. There's this that is called in the communist, the law of causality.
What does it know about
the cause and effect. So it's very good that CFO you are clued up, HOD. You are clued up on what the issues are. So now go and implement. Yeah. Go and implement. The mere fact that we are convinced that you know where the problem is, leave that one of transport. That one belongs to your MEC. He must sort it out with the other MECs in the cabinet. That one is his responsibility to sort it out. It cannot be you being frustrated by it, but we will push on that, even on the committee. But the mere fact that you know the problems, what causes the problems, how are you thinking they're going to be sorted out, go and implement. That's what we need. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Magabani. That's a very good message. Thank you. Go and implement. And let me make this clear. We want to see you succeed. We want to see every department succeed. Because if you succeed, the province succeeds. The residents of our province benefit from your success. So we don't have it in for you. We don't want to put you down, but we need to be tough in making sure. And as Honourable Magabani, you know, one of the first steps is when people actually realize there's a problem and understand the problem, then you can start fixing it. Before we wind up, Honourable MEC, I know despite tough circumstances, you're still on the line. Do you have any closing comments? Can I give you a couple of seconds if you'd like? Okay, I fully understand if the MEC has left us. That's obviously he's got. Yes, Honourable.
Chair, yes, he gave me a message.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Yes, sorry. MEC, I admire your shame. You're having a tough time, MEC, and I really appreciate it. If you'd like to just any closing remarks, MEC, before we close up for the day.
Indeed, it's an honor always just to come and account and to serve with colleagues who understand the call beyond duty, and we are just going. This have already committed that we are on the ground ensuring. Remember that the SCOPA will do the work, the portfolio committee will do the work, but the MEC has a duty day to day as well to play an oversight. So I think we are doing that, and we are glad and delighted that we are getting the support. We've been even getting some of the positive messages from the members who serve both in our portfolio committee and in SCOPA. It means that we must work hard, keep the fire burning for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm sure members are delighted that 6.3 billion has been spent on the N3. So it means that the goods that are traveling from eThekwini port, same thing applies to N2. We are improving on a day-to-day basis, and we're still going to develop more corridors as we garner for that support. We just mentioned that it won't be just an easy pathway. Construction in its nature, it deals with graphic processes. It deals with what is we regard in terms of blasting, in terms of blocking the people. We've promised the people on P230 and 393 that by December at least they won't have stop and goes, because we want them to have nice holidays while we keep on working. We've started the embargo period. I'm sure you have seen that we're having a lot of ensuring processes on the issue of law enforcement, the roadblocks. We don't take any prisoners, even members who are asking more questions here. Once we find them against the law, we'll deal with them. That is on a lighter note. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madloka.
Chair, we are being threatened today.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. I think it appears our names and our photographs will be circulated to all the RTI officials around the province to look out for us. Okay.
MEC, we are doing a very good job, but don't threaten us.
All right.
We can see the roads are fine.
All right. Honourable members, thank you very much. Department, thank you very much. AGSA, as always, thank you very much. We still have another session after lunch. We appreciate your patience with us. Right, everybody, there is lunch. I do invite the Department of Transport to please join us, and everybody to join us for lunch. Otherwise, we will be guilty of fruitless and wasteful expenditure ourselves. So please come and have a nice lunch with us, and thank you very much. And we hope that we will see a much improved performance when we see you next year. And please don't forget those reports that we require from you. That's the report on RT46 and the report on the consequence management. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. The meeting is adjourned. All right, good afternoon, everyone here. I'd like to welcome the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture who joined us. Honourable Member Madlopa. I'm not sure where the other honourable members are after lunch. I'm sure hopefully they'll join us soon. But we have a number of members on the online platform as well. So we are quorate as a committee. And of course, AGSA, who's here with us again for this matter this afternoon. You have already briefed us about 2 weeks back, so we received your briefing. But we really appreciate you being here with us. All right, so I don't believe the MEC is online. That's okay. HOD, welcome. Are you acting or permanent? So we're so used to acting, we just want to make sure.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and all the honourable members and colleagues. I'm the head of Department Sport, Arts and Culture, and I do wish to tender MEC's apology. We are hosting G20, the Cultural Working Group.
I understand.
And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to have a proper HOD and not an acting one for a change. Thank you. All right, so the way we're going to start today is very simply this HOD. If you could just introduce yourself again. What we like to know in SCOPA is how long you've been in your current position. So if you could just introduce yourself, how long you've been in your current position, and then each member of your delegation can then introduce themselves with the same info, their name and their position and how long they've been in that current position, all the way to the end. And then before you start your actual presentation, I'm sure you're familiar with the procedure. We'll be asking you to take the oath or the affirmation. Okay. All right. So HOD, if you just want to start with that information and just, you don't have to introduce your team. Each one can introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson. My name is Thobile Sifunda. I'm the head of Department Sport, Arts and Culture. I started out as the head of department in 2018 before the merger. I was head Sport and Recreation. I'm now heading the new department, a merger between Arts and Culture and Sport and Recreation. And I've been in the new position since this is like the first year in that position, or second year in that position. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, colleagues, AGSA. My name is Sithokozisiwe Kunene. I am the acting CFO for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and I have been here for a month on Friday.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, HOD, AG, and colleagues. My name is Mthokozisi Shozi. I am the Director, Internal Control, and I've been with the department since 2010 in the same position. Thank you.
Good day, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Musa Msomi. I'm the Acting Director, Budget and Accounting Services since July. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Greetings to the Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. My name is Mtutuzi Msane. Chief Director, Corporate Services. I've been in the post for the past 5 years. Thank you.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. My name is Shafika Hassam. I am the Chief Director, Corporate Governance, responsible for performance management, M&E, and planning. I've been in that position since 2020. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, chairperson. My name is Francis Bongmusa Mabega. I'm a director of risk management. I've been in this position from 2014 December till this far. Thank you.
All right, okay, now we will go to the oath and affirmation. For those of you not familiar with the procedure, I'm going to start with the HOD. You just start with I, your full name, hereby state that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. If you'd rather leave the God out of it, you can just say I, your full name, hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. It's the choice is yours, or you could even do both. Okay, so if we could just start with the HOD and go down, and then we will start with the actual presentation. Thank you.
I, Tobile Sifunda, hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Sithokozisiwe Kunene, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Mthokozisi Shozi, hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth. So help me God.
I, Musa Msomi, hereby affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Dudu Zimsane, affirm that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Shafika Hassan, affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Francis Mabega, affirm that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Right, we all done? Okay, all right. HOD, then over to you. We have received your presentation. And Cabo steps out of the room. Are you going to flight the presentation, or do you need our assistance to flight the presentation?
Chair, we will need your assistance, please.
Okay,
Thank
all right. I just looked to the left and Cabo's not here, so let me just wait for him to get back in the room, and then we can assist you with that. Just bear with us, please. It appears you've got it up. Okay, so HOD, if you could just help us, we do have the presentation, but if you could just help us as you go through, but just by telling us which slide you're on, and then just say slide 1, slide 2, slide 3. Okay. Right, we can take it from there. All right, so HOD, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are presenting the Audit Improvement Plan of the Department, DSEC. We obtained, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis for the 24-25 financial year. And of course, there were areas that we regard as areas of strength, and those include the financial statement, which got a clean audit opinion together with the performance information because we didn't get any material findings. I do wish to preface this presentation, Honorable Chairperson, by saying the merger is a process, but we are really getting there because We've inherited two departments that never really had the same culture in terms of governance. And I think that is something that is very important for us to amplify in this meeting. So we are establishing a new department. We are in the process of ensuring that all the systems are in line with the new vision and that everybody is on board. So there's a whole change management that we are instituting in the system. So this audit opinion for us, in a way, is encouraging us to do even better as we move forward. Regarding the matters of emphasis, we have those that are listed in the slides, and I'm going to request that Mr. Shozi just goes through the detail in terms of the matters of emphasis. And as he prepares to do so, Honourable Chairperson, I do wish to thank the AG and as well as Treasury, because we are basically of the same understanding now that if we are to get the compliance matters right in the department, we should be able to progress to a clean audit. So we really are very close as a department, and they've actually offered to come in a bit early this time so they can assist us in terms of getting us to that goal. We have submitted our recovery plan to Treasury for them to review. We've also done the same with the AG, just so that they can actually, get us to refine if there is a need for us to do so. So with that, Honourable Chairperson, I, with your permission, request that Mr. Shozi just goes through the matters of emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Greetings once again, Chairperson and honourable members. We are on slide 3, wherein we are zooming into the matters of emphasis that were picked up by the AG. The first one being the one on procurement and contract management. This is where, as a department, we were found to have procured some goods without obtaining 3 quotations. And this was as a result of some of line function or line management units not submitting requisitions to SCM on time, and therefore not giving SCM sufficient time to source quotations and so forth. As a result, in trying to approve from this as a department, now we have reissued, in fact, we are reissuing a circular that will specify the timelines that need to be adhered to by all responsible officials within the department, wherein they need to submit the requisition to SCM within 10 working days for all requests below a million, and 30 days for those that are above a million. This is we are not going to have any exceptions going forward as a department, because if we fail to maintain this, then we will again be caught with irregular expenditure. So this is what we are implementing as a department to ensure that we avoid this from happening again. Once more, in trying to make sure that all responsibility managers, they adhere to this. In our main core, we have included a line item or a standing item wherein SCM will be presenting if all line managers are keeping to this improvement plan. So if anyone is not adhering, then there will be name shaming that will be happening in our main core. So that's one of the strategies that we are implementing as a department. Moving on to the second one, which slide 4, yes, which talks to goods and services of transaction above a million, wherein we did not invite competitive bids and deviations were approved by the accounting officer, but it was practical to invite competitive bidding or competitive bids. On this one, it has been implemented. Honourable Chair and members, we have resolved this. This was emanating from the fact that we had a panel of service providers that we were sourcing from, and in that panel, we were not evaluating through the BEC and the BAC because there was no instruction to that effect. However, after the instruction, then the department implemented. So therefore, we are not going to have a problem with this one going forward as it has been implemented. Moving on to slide number 5. Again, still on procurement and contract management. This is where, as a department, we were found to have been using preference point system that was not in line with the PPPFA, wherein we were still using the 2017 regulations instead of the 2022 regulations. Again, this one has been implemented from April 1, 2025 up until today. All the procurement are in line with the 2022 PPPFA regulations. Moving on to slide 6. Now we are on expenditure. Due to the first matter that I spoke to regarding quotations, 3 quotations not received by the department, we ended up then incurring irregular expenditure. As a result, AG raised a finding saying we did not have effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 80,139,000 for the 2024-2025 financial year. As a result, as a department, we once again intensified our checklists that we use in finance as well as in SCM to ensure that we pick up irregular transactions and avoid them before they are even implemented. So that's one of the areas that we have intensified to ensure that during the 2025-2026 financial year, we don't have irregular expenditure. Moving on to slide 7, again on expenditure. There were few payments that were found to have been made after 30 days. As a result, AG raised that issue as one of the matters of emphasis. As a department, in trying to improve from that, we have developed an email wherein all invoices are sent to one dedicated official to receive invoices, and then distribute all the invoices to all responsibility managers and follow up to ensure that they are signed on time and they get to finance on time so that they can be processed. So that's one area that we have improved in, because previously we used to receive invoices from different line functions, which then led to the department to exceed 30 days at times. We also strengthened the process flow regarding the payments, wherein there were cases of commitments not being captured on time. So now there is that synergy between SCM and finance in trying to ensure that the process flow to make payments is smooth. And moving on to slide 8, which is asset management. There was one area wherein AG was trying to test the existence of the assets that we have as a department, and on some cases, assets were not found on time, or when they were found, they were not in good conditions, and so forth. As a result, as a department, in trying to improve from this, we have started an annual asset verification throughout the department, wherein we are verifying all the assets that we have to ensure that they exist and they are in good condition, or we need to record them as they are, so that when AG comes, at least the asset register will be giving the true reflection of what is on the ground. Moreover, in our libraries, we are also continuing to procure RFID gates to ensure that when people who visit libraries, when they take a book without permission, then it can beep. So that's one of the measures that we are implementing to ensure that we safeguard our assets. Lastly, on assets, we are also having asset management committee meetings that are going to be sitting on a monthly basis until we get to the end of the financial year to ensure that we track the progress insofar as asset management is concerned. Moving on to slide 9, on consequence management, there was also an area wherein, as a department, we were found not to have taken disciplinary actions against the officials that had led the department to incur irregular expenditure. And on this one, we have implemented this as a department. But the HOD will also elaborate on this one. There has been consequence management taken against officials in the form of warning letters, in the form of letters of caution, trainings and counseling. So it's various consequence management instituted by the department to ensure that we address the issues that were raised by the AG. Last slide. There was an area of grant management wherein, as a department, we were found not to be in line with Section 16.3 of the Division of Revenue Act, wherein we were supposed to submit payment schedules to National Treasury. As a department, we were submitting payment schedules to Provincial Treasury as well as National DSEC. However, AG picked this up and recommended that we also needed to adhere to this section of the Act. As a result, as a department, that's one area that we have implemented immediately after it was reported by the AG. In closing, in our conclusion, we are happy. I think the HOD also touched on this one, honorable members and chair, that the AG is supporting us in our quest to get clean audit, as they will be starting a process before even we get to next year, wherein they will be looking at areas of that we need to improve in, especially non-compliance, so that we achieve the clean audit. We've also submitted our audit improvement strategy to CLARC as well as to PIAS, and PIAS is busy reviewing that plan so that they can offer us recommendations if there is anything that we also need to improve on with that regard. In terms of, as a department now, in trying to ensure that our improvement plan is implemented, internal control follows up on a monthly basis with all the responsibility managers to ensure that whatever they've agreed upon is implemented. As a department, we are committing, Honorable Chair and members, that in 2025-2026 financial year, we should be getting a clean audit as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. I thank you.
All right, HOD, is there yeah, there is. HOD, I did ask your department to report on any exposure to the RT46 contract. Can you discuss that with us? Let me preface that by saying I must be honest with you, I haven't actually looked at the list that you've sent through on that, but you've sent a lot of stuff through. But what we were actually after is we tried to explore the impact that the RT46 contract, that fleet management contract, have had on departments in terms of vehicles being off the road. I'm sure you would have seen that we've been creating a bit of news about the ambulances that are off the road. So we just want to get a sense of how your department is affected by delays in the fleet management contract, if there are any at all, that have resulted in a lot of your vehicles being off the road. That's what we're actually after. But unfortunately, it appears that departments haven't really understood what we were after. So if you can just comment on that, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, indeed, I think the brief wasn't very clear, and hence we prepared the way we did. However, in terms of the contract that we have with the Department of Transport, the only time where I, as the accounting officer, was worried about the delivery on the orders we'd made was during COVID. And thereafter, they really, improved But Mr. Msane is here, who's responsible for corporate services. If you can just talk directly to the question by the Honourable Chairperson, if there are challenges. None have been brought to my attention, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Dirks.
Sorry, Chair, for coming in late on the meeting, into the meeting. It's just something that we had to deal with. And we're really, really sorry. We're apologizing. But, Chair, I've just been informed by my colleague here, Honourable Matlope, that the MEC for Sports have apologized because he got another commitment in another meeting. I thought that SCOPA's the key meeting where a place where everybody must come. Even to be on the platform, we have a problem with it, but we just tolerate it. But now, even not to come here to go to another committee meeting, when you have to come to SCOPA, we can't allow any MEC to treat SCOPA like this, or anybody to treat SCOPA like this. You're not to put the apology in. They knew well in advance there's a SCOPA today. You have to come to SCOPA, because where else do you going to deal with the AG's reports and issues if you don't come to SCOPA? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm advised it's actually not another committee meeting. It's the HOD advised us that it's a meeting of the G20 that pertains to this. But I'm not going to speak for the MEC. HOD, can you just advise the members of where the MEC is?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings to the honourable members. We did put a formal apology at the beginning. We did say that MEC cannot be at SCOPA today because there's also the G20 that we are responsible for, which is the 20 countries that we are hosting, the Cultural Working Group, which directly affects the department because the mandate is with this department. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Okay, there you have it. Honourable Mbasa.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honourable Matlopa is really out of order here. Chairperson, unfortunately, firstly, we have to apologize for coming late to the meeting. But
you had another meeting.
But we understand what the HOD is saying, but it's not acceptable, Chair. We have serious crises that we are dealing with as SCOPA. I understand the G20 or G30 should be a priority, but the province is the priority. G20 is a once-off thing. Probably the best thing that could have happened is to rather say, let's push the meeting to another day. You see, MEC Duma has a problem with his brother who passed on, but he was able to be on virtual platform because he takes this job serious of being the MEC for transport. So I don't think it's unfortunate that we came late, because if we were here earlier, we are not going to accept this apology on a serious note, Chair. But thanks.
Yes, Honourable Matlopa.
No, Honourable Chair, no, thank you for being patient for the latecomers, especially Honourable Mbata. Yeah, no, because we got an apology because we were told that it's a G20. It's a cultural thing, which it's a direct also responsibility of the department. And then we were told that here, this is a team that will account to us. And the MEC is there, so that whatever is being discussed there, because it's international sort of, we are living in a global village, colleagues. We must know what is happening even there. So I will appeal that, yes, the colleagues are correct to say that the MECs are really needed when we are having the SCOPA. It's critical. And also we know that the Honorable MEC has never absent himself when we call them here. It's a first time that is not attending this meeting. I think that we must try and accept the situation, but the message is gone that all the MECs will need them when we are having this. But this one was critical also because we live in a global village, Honorable Chair. Let us continue, Honorable Chair, because they have also apologized here to be late. Thanks, Honorable Bat.
Yeah, members, I'd like to get back to engaging with the department, if that's possible. But I will communicate. In fact, I have a meeting of the Chair of Chairs tomorrow, and I will communicate that somehow we should get a message out to the MEC saying that we really require their presence at these engagements. All right, where were we? We discussed the RT46, thank you. I believe that concludes your presentation. Am I right? For today? That's more.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. If the Honourable Chairperson says so, we had other items on the legal representation.
Sure, please. Yes, I did see that. Please, you're welcome to present everything you have. Please carry on.
Thank you. Honourable Chairperson, on the legal representation, this is what we have to present. We had two former chief directors, as well as one director, where we've actually had to go through a process with the labour courts because all of them were dismissed. And of course, they went on appeal. And we've had these cases, unfortunately, not concluded, not because of our making, but because we don't have control over the labour courts. So in terms of the amount that has been spent, Mr. Msane can give us the exact amount for the 2024-25 financial year. I think we put it on record at over 300,000. But Mr. Msane, if you can just give us the exact figure. Otherwise, Chairperson, those are the only cases that we thought we would bring to the attention of SCOPA.
I think the presentation is self-evident. We have it. It's a very short one. Right. Is there anything else, HOD?
Honourable Chairperson, I think we also had a report prepared on SIU. We have ESIU's report since the investigation that they conducted after the presidential proclamation to have that investigation conducted in the department. They have submitted the report, but that report is largely on the officials that were implicated, and of course they were to in the recommendations. We as a department were to look at each case on merit and see if indeed there was misconduct that they actually had committed. And that is where the process is currently in the department. We are reviewing the recommendations, and we've had to pay ESIU for the services rendered. That invoiced us at 6+ million. And currently we've paid a big chunk of it. The only balance that's reflecting on our books is 29,250, which is outstanding. And of course, this has to do with the aftercare service that they are rendering to the department. So we are anticipating, more invoices because there's that aftercare and the cases that are pursuing beyond the disciplinary cases. There's also criminal cases that they are pursuing. So we are anticipating that there will be other invoices that they will be submitting to the department. Otherwise, the big chunk of what we owed them has been paid. I think that essentially ends our report.
Right, and you have presented the report on the unauthorized, the UIFW report that was presented earlier.
I think, Honourable Chairperson, the report that is outstanding, if the honourable members would wish us to look at, would be the irregular expenditure one. We did touch on it, but we will be led by the Honourable Chairperson as to whether he wants the details, because that is a report that we prepared thoroughly, and we also provided a spreadsheet that reflects the irregular expenditure, but also the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, including what we have done as a department in terms of consequence management for those officials that are involved. Honourable Chairperson, maybe that would be the one, but guided by yourself if you want the detail. We have prepared a report.
Let's go through that report.
Let's go through it. Thank you very much. The CFO is going to take us through that report, Honourable Chairperson.
It's on the screen now, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, good afternoon. I'm presenting a report on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We were requested to provide registers, but we felt as a department that just providing registers that are not explained will not be a good idea. Hence, we presented a report so that we can at least explain some of the figures. In respect to unauthorized expenditure, the department hasn't incurred any unauthorized expenditure for the past 3 years. However, in respect to irregular expenditure that has been incurred by the department for the past 3 years. For the 2024-25 financial year, it's 139 million. For 2023-24, it's 179.5 million, if I were to round it up. For 2022-23 financial year, it's approximate 104 million. If we move to slide number 3, sorry, that was slide number 2. Apologies for that. In 2024-25 financial year, of the 139 million irregular expenditure, only 667 million has been submitted for condonation to Provincial Treasury. The determination tests are still being undertaken by internal control in the department for the balance of 71.6 million, as these were the transactions that were recently declared irregular in the recent report of 31 July. A consequence management for the transactions submitted to Provincial Treasury has been undertaken, as well as consequence management will be implemented on completion of the transactions that are currently still under determination that I spoke about to the region of 71 million. If we move to slide number 4, in respect to 2023-24 financial year, for the 179 million, the consequence management has been instituted for these transactions, and these were submitted to Provincial Treasury for condonation, and Provincial Treasury is busy with their processes to condone. Maybe as an addition, I might add that for Provincial Treasury, transactions of around 179 million, they are looking at each and every document, each and every payment voucher. So it does take them a bit of a long time, especially because they're supporting other departments as well, which is one of the reasons why the process is taking a bit long. For 22-23 financial year, in respect of the 103.6 million, consequence management as well has been instituted for these transactions, and these were then submitted to Provincial Treasury for condonation, and Provincial Treasury is busy with their processes to condone. And then we move to slide number 5 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 2024-25 financial year. The department didn't incur any fruitless and wasteful expenditure. For the 2023-24 financial year, fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the region of 236,000 was incurred, and for the previous year, which is 2022-23, 36,000 or approximately 37,000 was incurred. If we move to slide number 6, where we are saying 2023 and 24 financial year, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 236,000. Consequence management has been instituted for some of these transactions, and for some transactions, the process is still underway. For 2022-23 financial year, to the approximate 37,000, consequence management has been instituted for some of these transactions, and some of the transactions, the process is still underway. My report ends there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. HOD, I think then we've received all your presentations.
Honourable Chairperson, with respect, I do wish to add a little bit on consequence management.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Because when we have these transgressions, it's very important for us to make our officials account. And of course, there will be consequences for transgressions that have been listed, from irregular expenditure to wasteful and fruitless expenditure. And as a department, we have a code that says if you have not delivered accordingly in terms of governance, there will definitely be consequences. And as such, we have issued warning letters to 15 officials, as well as letters of caution to 6 officials that are involved with irregular expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the years that the CFO touched on. I do also wish, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, to highlight the fact that there are issues where we have not found each other with the AG, particularly where there are inconsistencies between departments, where there's a finding on, say, compliance, but the next department does not have a similar finding. And those are the discussions that we've had with the PAG, because the inconsistencies, some of them, if we could resolve them, we could actually resolve a lot of these irregular expenditure figures that we have presented to SCOPA today. So there are those areas that we have reported to Treasury, particularly PAG, and we are hoping that they will be resolved, if not going backwards in terms of condonation, but going forward, definitely. We really need to have those ones resolved once and for all, so that the irregular expenditure of the department does not escalate any further. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD. Right. So I think we are done with all the presentations from the department now. And so, members, it's over to you if you have any questions. Members? Honourable Mbata, Honourable Matlopa. Are there any on the platform? Okay. No. All right. Honourable Mbata first, and then Honourable Matlopa.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm going to say this in Zulu. So, yeah, because I don't have a proper English phrase for what I'm about to say. So, you and Dex, you'll have to excuse me a bit. So,
not as ignorant of the language as you think.
And it's okay.
Please carry on.
It's okay, Chairperson. It was on a lighter note. When there's a wedding, so, and two beautiful people are having a beautiful wedding, Then we normally say in Zulu, into ingana imoshwa yinhle. So if I have to ask any question, but the only thing that I'll say is we'll continue to monitor and check what is happening with the department. The last statement by the HOD has made me realize that she's doing an exceptional job by saying they are monitoring. They have a code within the department, and I wish all the departments can have that code. If you don't perform well, zizawukhala. So yeah, that's all. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mbata, you are saying that they are doing well.
Yeah, definitely.
And we'll see how it goes. Because I think at every wedding we say, hey, will they make it? Won't they make it? Yeah, I understand.
Oh, you understand the language. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Matlopa, over to you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Greetings again to the AG of South Africa and the HOD and your entourage, ma'am. Thank you very much for the presentations that you have given us. We want just to congratulate you because we know that you have put together two departments, but the improvement that you have made for these two departments, bringing them together and trying to set trying to make them work in accordance with the prescript of the Act. We really appreciate it. However, I wanted to check, I think it was program 3 and 5, if I'm not mistaken. The Auditor General gave it to us that there was no audit, but in the previous years there were audits. Let me just try and open the report of the Auditor General. Yeah, I think it's program 3. There was no audit on it, but in the previous years there was an audit in regard to that. Maybe if you can share with us what is it that happened in this current financial year. The other one, Chair, we see the irregular expenditure. You know, it was fluctuating, but what is important for us are the systems and controls that have been put in place. We want to really appreciate that. We think that in the next financial year, also maybe we are not going to get any irregular expenditure because we must congratulate the department from 2022 to current financial year. There was no unauthorized expenditure and so on. It shows that it's moving towards the right direction. So we have to compliment that because when the departments comes to us here as a SCOPA, they think that we are coming to fight. It's not to fight, but what we want to see is the improvement that the department are doing in regard to the work that they are doing. But as an accounting officer, we can see that you are visionary. You want to deal with this with your team. And even when the CFO was presenting, you can see that you know your story. But in regard to the procurement and contract management, the department reports implementing controls to address irregular expenditure and improve contract management. For 2024-2025 financial year, irregular expenditure remained significant at 278 million, down from 359 million. What specific control failures allowed new irregular expenditure to occur? Because you can see that it's fluctuating. It was 131, 179, and now, although it's down, it's 139. Maybe there is a leak somewhere We want to check whether you have identified that particular area that has got a leak. But we are impressed with the consequence management, although it's not detailed to say this is an official that did this. This is maybe if you can get that list so that we learn from you when we deal with the other departments, because we can see that consequence management, you are trying to deal with it decisively. Maybe if you can get a report so that when we meet other departments, we'll be sharing with them how you dealt with it. So also conditional grant management was identified as a matter of emphasis. Which conditional grants experienced underspending during 2024-25, and what corrective actions have been taken to prevent the risk of forfeiture to National Treasury? But we really congratulate you. You are doing very well. Don't reverse. Please implement the plans that you have put in place, because we hope that in the next financial year, you are going to make us proud. And the challenges we are having with AGs on the inconsistencies, I think it will be resolved also to enable you to really perform in the way that you have planned to perform. Because we think that if there are inconsistencies, maybe it will be resolved, because we also trust Auditor General. In this committee, we don't want people that don't want to account to Auditor General, but you show that you are really willing. All the best for the new financial year when you come back here to present before us. Thank you.
Honourable Matlopa, would you like an answer to those questions now, or can I go to Honourable Biela on the platform? Okay, all right. HOD, if you can just answer the questions now that Honourable Matlopa had, so we can get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and we thank the honourable members, first and foremost, for acknowledging the work the department is doing, the new department. We appreciate Honourable Mbata, the compliments and the support. We also appreciate the compliments and the support from Honourable Matlopa. We will tackle the first question from Honourable Matlopa, which has to do with why Program 3 was not audited. The discretion is with the auditors, Honourable Matlopa. They decide, they alternate programs. They don't necessarily come in and audit everything, they decide. And then on the next one, on irregular expenditure, which systems and controls are not working in the department, we are really struggling with compliance. I think all of our findings had to do with compliance. And we have put controls and systems in place. The only thing that I think we need to strengthen is ensuring that everybody at SCM in particular plays their role in terms of implementing those controls. We do have the one issue that I raised earlier that has to do with inconsistencies where we don't agree, where AG would say, but you did not follow the regulation. And then we would say, but we did. And of course, other departments also did this, the same thing. So it's a combination of those factors. And that's why we are really pushing for consequence management, because the controls are there, but they really need someone to commit and implement those systems and controls. And if we don't comply, of course, consequence management for us is the one tool that we believe is going to really get our colleagues jacked up. Currently, Director SCM is not a director in that unit anymore. We've got somebody acting, And that is part of a consequence management because a large chunk of these findings are in SCM. So when you change gears like that, you are setting a tone in the organization that if you don't comply and you give us the results, then this is what is going to happen. So I think that for us is one formula that we believe is going to assist, that there are consequences for non-compliance, there are consequences for poor performance. Regarding I think the last one was underspending on a conditional grant, Honorable Madlopa. We don't have any underspending conditional grant. We are one province, even at national, that is consistently over years spending at 100% conditional grant. The detail on the officials and that are, that we referred to when we spoke about warning and letters and all the things that we mentioned in this meeting, we can make that available because we do keep a record of what we do in terms of a consequence management. We should have thought about it and brought it here, but unfortunately we didn't, but we will make it available, Honorable Madlopa. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Madlopa, do you have a follow-up? Yeah, it's good to have, it's good to have an institutional culture in any department, and it's good to have institutional knowledge. And when we swap people all the time and when you have vacancies, you lose that institutional knowledge of somebody who's been there for a very long time and says, you know what, no, hang on a second, this is what happened. Because what happens is we start reinventing the wheel the whole time, and we can literally chase our tails, which is not efficient. Right, Honourable Biela, online, you've been very patient.
Thank you, Chair. Can I confirm if I'm audible?
You are indeed audible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself and the honourable members, my colleagues and the department. Chair, it's just a clarity. I think all the matters have been covered by my colleagues, but there was just one matter under summarized matters of emphasis, and I'm not sure if it was a typo or it is what it's written to be. If you don't mind, Chair, if you can flight, I think slide number 9 on summarized matters of emphasis. There was a matter around discipline that I would like to get clarity on.
Sure. Are you going to do that, Kabu?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's there now. I see it on your screen.
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Mbata?
Honourable Biela is out of order.
No, he's not.
How?
Okay.
Why are you saying that?
Because there's the thing on the screen now. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was matter number 8.
Yes, there you go. Right.
Yeah, if you can go to matter number 8.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, Chair, pardon me for interrupting your meeting. Can you go to the previous one?
No, that's fine. I think Honourable Mbatu was upset that he can't see your face because he likes you so much. He'd like to see your face.
It's a culture.
Oh, no, I can show myself. There's no problem. I'm very formal and ready for the meeting, Mr. Mbatu.
You are wearing a pyjama.
All right.
Can
Chair,
we get back to business? Thank you.
Yeah. Chair, it's just a clarity matter. On that last point, on number 7, the second bullet point, it says disciplinary hearings were not held for confirmed cases of financial misconduct committed by the accounting officer. So I'm not sure if it really reads, or should I interpret it as it is, that there was financial misconduct by the accounting officer to which disciplinary processes were not held. I'll start there, then I'll just follow up.
Okay, all right. Can we get an answer, HOD? Which page is that?
Chair, I'm not sure if there's a response or it's me who's not getting the sound.
Waiting for the HOD. HOD?
Oh, thank you.
Yep, here we go.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We just were caucusing a little bit, Honorable Biela. This one has to do with one of the cases that was referred to the MEC and had to do with an official, Mr. Shozi, an official that was appointed to a position, and there was call it a whistleblower, if I may call it that, because we got it where the allegation was that this particular official was not supposed to be appointed in that particular position. So the MEC, I think the latest here, because the report I think was prepared by internal control, is that we have instituted a process, or MEC has instituted a process with the Office of the Premier to account on how this official was appointed in the position that he is occupying currently. So I think the way it's framed here, it sounds like it's the accounting officer. However, it's in reference to the accounting officer because the accounting officer is the one that ultimately puts the signature for the appointment of officials. So it has to do with that official. And the response that MEC sent to the Office of the Premier was basically to say there was nothing untoward in terms of the appointment of the official because the regulations, the DPSA of regulations were complied with in terms of the appointment of the official. And I think we possibly need to update the report, Mr. Shozi. You possibly didn't have that report when you put this together. And I think it's an oversight from myself as well, Honorable Chairperson, but that is where this case is. MEC has done something about it because it is a case that is being handled at the Office of the Premier, and a response has been prepared to the Office of the Premier that basically says the appointment was regular and it was not irregular as was alleged. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Biela, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair and HOD, for that response. Chair, I'm not sure whether the HOD is responding to the same matter that I'm raising. The response is talking to an appointment of an individual. The finding here is referring to a financial misconduct.
Yeah, so we're talking about slide number 9, and it's matter 7, is that correct? Yeah.
Correct, Chair.
The second bullet point under matter 7. HOD, are we talking about the same issue? Because as it's either very, very, very unfortunate wording, or it says that the accounting officer, I see in the irregular expenditure register that the accounting officer has moved on, the previous accounting officer. Does it possibly relate to that person? HOD, when you're ready.
Thank you so much. That was just a technical glitch with the mic. Honorable Biela, I think we will have to read the finding itself so that we can make the correlation to my response. The audit finding by AG says, during the audit of compliance with laws and regulations, it was noted that the department failed to implement consequence management as required by the Treasury regulation, inspected the investigation report conducted by the Office of the Premier over the irregular appointment of a staff member and confirmed that one of the recommendations made was for the disciplinary action to be instituted against the officials who were involved in the process of the appointment. So, and then it goes on to say, however, as at the time of the audit, no disciplinary action or consequence management process had been initiated or finalized by the department in response to the findings of the investigation. This constitutes non-compliance with Treasury regulation. And I think because the offense is listed as non-compliance with Treasury Regulation 4.1.3, it's then listed here by AG as financial misconduct committed by an accounting officer. But it is, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Biela, it is in relation to the appointment of a staff member that I spoke to earlier. But AG is in the House, they can also clarify. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Biela.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm satisfied by the response.
Okay, I think that the wording of your report is unfortunate because it leads to confusion. Are we certain that we're talking about, because if you look at the corresponding column there, it says report FR 12 of 2020. Are we talking about the same one? All right, then I think you need to really re-look at the wording. All right, are there any other hands? I would like to ask some questions. No. All right, okay. HOD, just very briefly from me. You know, I look at thank you very much for all the registers. They are very important to receive. The regular expenditure register, you know, I've got to say I deal with a lot of legal matters myself. And I know that every single matter has its own merits. And so when you see a register and it literally looks like cookie cutting, I get very nervous. And I see in that irregular expenditure, when we get past all the ones where it says, no, the HOD is no longer, the former HOD is no longer with the department, we get to, I'm now looking in column M of the irregular expenditure register. And it says, letters of caution issued to the responsible officials. And every single person has received a letter of caution. I mean, and it's a lot. It's this entire list, which is, I'll tell you how much. Your list is 330 or 329 lines long, and every single person has received a letter of caution. So let's just start there. What is the legal weight of a letter of caution? My understanding is a written warning is the first step in a disciplinary procedure. So is a letter of caution the same?
Honourable Chairperson, thank you so much for the question. Our understanding is exactly that a letter of caution is a formal written warning from an employer to an employee about misconduct.
So it's got the same legal weight as a written warning, same thing. Are we saying that? First written warning.
That's what it is.
Now, if you look at the amount, and also, if you look at column, let me just clarify here, loss incurred, which is column O for Oscar. It says loss incurred, no. So once again, it looks like for all of those, every single one of those 329 odd cases, there's no loss incurred. Are you absolutely certain of that? So all of this irregular expenditure, there's been absolutely no loss. You're quite certain of that?
Correct, Honourable Chairperson.
Okay, now, you know, and possibly this is where the AGSA is concerned is, do you honestly feel, now, look, I fully understand that, you know, some people look at irregular expenditure and they go, oh, you know, it's terrible. But of course, we know that a large amount of regular expenditure, you still could get bang for your buck. You know, you still get the value for money, but you just haven't followed the rules. But would you agree that breaking the rules relating to SCM and relating to anything regarding the PFMA is really not a good thing? It's because it can lead down a very slippery road. Would you agree with me on that?
I absolutely agree, Honourable Chairperson, which is why we've taken a very hard line, you know, against those officials that are, you know, involved.
But you see, this is my question. Is a letter of caution a hard line?
Well, I think as an initial offence,
is it not gross negligence? Because surely all your, are you saying that the folks that work in your department are not knowledgeable on the prescripts of the PFMA? Those dealing with these sort of contracts?
Well,
because the argument I'm building is if they do know the prescripts of the PFMA and what binds them, stepping over that line surely is gross negligence, and surely that's a final written warning and not a letter of caution.
Honourable Chairperson, I think we will have to do the exercise that Honourable Madlopa was calling for. Because the only way to respond to your question is when we look at each case on merit and be able to show you what we did in terms of assessing those cases and the merits and the demerits that we looked at for us to come to this conclusion. And that's why we said to Honourable Madlopa, we take that as something that we owe this committee to actually present on each case, because we do an exercise on each of the cases that comes our way.
Actually, I want to echo what my colleague has said. We're very happy that your department is moving in the right direction, and obviously under your leadership, and we welcome that. But understand where I'm coming from. I started this questioning by saying everybody got a letter of caution. And I started also by saying that every case has its own merits. So effectively what you're saying is, although you haven't given us a completely full report, and I'm not challenging what you've done here. I mean, the letters of caution have been issued. But I'm going to leave you with this. Effectively what you're saying is that all of these matters are of such a similarity in merit that a letter of caution was warranted in all 300. And I think that on review, you might find that, hang on, maybe some of them were a bit more serious, especially in line with PFMA. So what I would like you just to consider going forward is that maybe you want to just take a slightly firmer stance against folk when they breach the PFMA, because that really is our Bible. And so, and then also ask yourself the cases, are every single one of these matters of such similar merits that they warrant exactly the same sanction? I've got your hand, Honourable Mbata. Okay, so that is, I just want to leave that with you. I'm sure that you are experienced enough to understand what I'm saying and to take that on board. And I think other than that, we would just like to see, you know, that sort of maybe more robust consequence management. And I think maybe that's what the AG is referring to, is a bit more robust and not the same thing for everything. Okay. That's me,
yes,
Honourable
Chairperson.
Mbata.
Yes, I wanted to propose, I didn't want to say it's a point of order, but I wanted to bring into our attention that the same matter that you are dealing with, Honourable Madlopa dealt with And then he then made a proposal that let's first get the list. So I was going to propose that instead of, because they don't have a list as we speak right now. So probably let's get the list. Then we can deal with other issues.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Mbata. I think I can.
That's why I said, that's how I said, into ingane ayidinga ukumoshwa. Asiyingayimoshi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Honourable Mbata, I will never tell you what questions to ask, and I would certainly hope you don't do the same to me. All right. I think we can respect each other like that. That's fine. All right. Members, I think we then are finished with our questions. I don't see any more hands anywhere. And so it leaves me to thank you for being with us today. As we say to everyone, we want you to do well. We want you to be in a position where you don't have to come and talk to SCOPA unless you insist on coming and telling some good news. So we wish you well. We wish you all strength. But if we can just, so you are going to provide us with that report and just give some thought to the fact that it just seems really, that all the merits are exactly the same, that they weren't the same, and maybe just a bit more robust interaction. But HOD, I don't know if you've got any final comments, and after that we can close.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. We do take the point you are making. And as we indicated when Honourable Madlopa raised it, I think we owe this committee a detailed report in terms of each of the cases. We, however, Honourable Chair, do wish to raise this comment around a disciplinary process, that it begins with a slight slap on the face, like a verbal warning. When you progress to a written warning, you potentially are on the edge of dismissal. And I do wish the committee to take note of that, to say, when you look at the cases that we've presented right now, we did not give them a slap on the to say we verbally warned. Yes, there are instances where we've done counseling, we've done verbal warnings, but if you look at the cases that we're presenting to you, they really are sitting in the middle. And all those officials concerned, they really get it, Uguti, from here. It's really getting really ugly if they don't improve. So we, as much as we would be bringing forth that report, we just wanted to put that on record, Honourable Chairperson.
I really thank you for that response, and I'm sure that you will give us more updates. We will obviously take some resolutions from the meeting, and we will ask you to respond to those by the 31st of January next year. And then we'll meet again in Feb, and we'll take it from there. And once again, we wish you well, and wish you all the best. Members, thank you very much. It's been a long day. We are at it again on Thursday and then Friday, but thank you very much for your attendance. AGSA, thanks so much for your participation. We'll see you again on Thursday. The pain is almost over, having to sit in SCOPA hearings. And of course, everybody else who's present, and to Kabul, and to Ngobile, and to Kirsch, and Zama. I don't know where Zama is, but thank you very much, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.
Thanks to the chair. Yeah.